Chapter 14 of The Curse of Carne's Hold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Curse of Carne's Hold by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 14. Ronald is offered a commission. As soon as Mary Armstrong reached the hospital, the trooper who had accompanied her took her to the surgeon's quarters. The officer, on hearing that a lady wished to speak to him, at once came out. "I am Mary Armstrong," the girl said as she slipped down from the horse. "I think my father is here, wounded. He came up in the wagons the day before yesterday, I believe." "Oh, yes, he's here, Miss Armstrong. I had him put in one of the officers' wards that is otherwise empty at present." "How is he, doctor?" "Well, I'm sorry to say that just at present he is very ill. The wounds are not, I hope, likely to prove fatal, though undoubtedly they are very serious. But he is in a state of high fever. In fact, he is delirious, principally, I think, owing to his anxiety about you. At least so I gather from the officer who brought him in, for he was already delirious when he arrived here." "I can go to him, I hope?" "Certainly you can, Miss Armstrong. Your presence is likely to soothe him. The ward will be entirely at your disposal. I congratulate you most heartily upon getting out of the hands of the Kaffirs. Mr. Nolan told us of the gallant attempt which a sergeant of the Cape Mounted Rifles was going to make to rescue you, but I don't think that any one thought he had the shadow of a chance of success. He succeeded, doctor, as you see, but he was wounded today just as we were in sight of the town. They are bringing him here. Will you kindly let me know when he comes in and how he is?" "I will let you know at once, Miss Armstrong, and now I will take you to your father." One of the hospital orderlies was standing by the bedside of Mr. Armstrong as his daughter and the surgeon entered. The patient was talking loudly. "I'll tell you, I will go. They have carried off Mary. I saw them do it, and I could not help her, but I will go now." Mary walked to the bedside and bent down and kissed her father. "I am here, father, by your side. I have got away from them, and here I am to nurse you." The patient ceased talking, and a quieter expression came over his face. Mary took his hand in hers and quietly stroked it. "That's right, Mary," he murmured. "Are the bars of the cattle kraal up? See that all the shutters are closed. We cannot be too careful, you know." "I will see to it all, father," she said cheerfully. "Now try to go to sleep." A few more words passed from the wounded man's lips, and then he lay quiet, with closed eyes. "That is excellent, Miss Armstrong," the surgeon said. "The consciousness that you are with him has, you see, soothed him at once. If he moves, get him to drink a little of this lemonade, and I will send you in some medicine for him shortly." "How are the wounds, doctor?" "Oh, I think the wounds will do," the surgeon replied. "So far as I can tell, the assegai has just missed the top of the lung by a hair's breadth. 2 inches lower, and it would have been fatal. As for the wounds in the legs, I don't anticipate much trouble with them. They have missed both bones and arteries, and are really nothing but flesh wounds. And after the active, healthy life your father has been living, I do not think we need to be uneasy about them." In half an hour the surgeon looked again. "Sergeant Blunt has arrived," he said. "You can set your mind at ease about him. It is a nasty gash, but of no real importance whatever. I have drawn the edges together and sewn them up. He is quite in good spirits, and laughed and said that a wound in the back could scarcely be called an honourable scar. I can assure you that in 10 days or so he will be about again." "Would you mind telling him," Mary asked, "that I would come to see him at once, but my father is holding my hand so tight that I could not draw it away without rousing him?" "I will tell him," the sergeant said. "Oh, here is the orderly with your medicine as well as your father's." The orderly brought in a tray with a bowl of beef tea and a glass of wine. "You will take both these, if you please, Miss Armstrong. I will have the other bed placed by the side of your father, so that you can lie down with him holding your hand. You are looking terribly pale and tired, and I do not want you on my hands too." The tray was placed upon the table within Mary's reach, and the surgeon stood by and saw that she drank the wine and beef tea. He and the orderly then moved the other couch to the side of Mr. Armstrong's bed, and arranged it so that Mary could lie down with her hand still in her father's. "Now," he said, "I recommend you to go off to sleep soon. I am happy to say that your father is sleeping naturally, and it may be hours before he wakes. When he does so, he will be sure to move and wake you, and the sight of you will, if he is sensible, as I expect he will be, go a long way towards his cure." Captain Twentyman, when he returned in the afternoon from a reconnaissance that he had been making with a portion of the troop, called at once to see Ronald, but was told that he was sound asleep, and so left word that he would come again in the morning. The news of Sergeant Blunt's desperate attempt to rescue 3 white women who had been carried off by the Kaffirs had, when reported by Lieutenant Nolan, been the subject of much talk in the camp. Every one admitted that it was a breach of discipline thus to leave the party of which he was in command when upon special service, but no one seriously blamed him for this. Admiration of the daring action and regret for the loss of so brave a soldier, for none thought that there was the slightest chance of ever seeing him again, overpowered all other feelings. Mr. Nolan stated that the sergeant had told him that one of the 3 women was the daughter of the wounded man he had brought in with him, and that he had known her and her father before, and it was generally agreed that there must have been something more than a mere acquaintance in the case to induce the sergeant to undertake such a desperate enterprise. Great interest was therefore excited when, upon the return of Lieutenant Daniel's party, it became known that he had fallen in with Sergeant Blunt and a young lady, and that the sergeant was severely wounded. All sorts of questions were asked the lieutenant. 10 to 1 she's pretty, Daniels, a young subaltern said. She's pretty, milord, another broke in. I caught a glimpse of her, and she's as pretty a girl as I have seen in the colony, though of course she's looking utterly worn out. He is a gentleman, another officer, who had just come up, said. I have been talking to Nolan, and he tells me that Sergeant Blunt spoke of her as a lady, and said that her father had served in the army and fought as a young ensign at Waterloo. Mr. Armstrong is a gentleman, Lieutenant Daniel said. He had a farm on the Kabousie River. That is where Blunt got to know him. He had the reputation of being a wealthy man. Blunt was in command of a party who came up and saved them when they were attacked by the Kaffirs on Christmas Day, so this is the second time he has rescued the young lady. I hope Mr. Armstrong isn't going to be a stern father and spoil the whole romance of the business." Young Mellor laughed. "One of your troopers, Daniels, however brave a fellow, can hardly be considered as good as a match for an heiress." "Blunt is as much a gentleman as I am," Lieutenant Daniels said quietly. "I know nothing whatever of his history or what his real name is, for I expect that Blunt is only a nom de guerre, but I do know that he is a gentleman, and I am sure he has served as an officer, more than I do not want to know, unless he chooses to tell me himself. I suppose he got into some scrape or another at home, but I wouldn't mind making a heavy bet that, whatever it was nothing dishonorable." "But how did he get her away from the Kaffirs? It seems almost an impossibility. I asked the head man of the Fingoes who was with him," another said, "but he had already got 3 parts drunk, so I did not get much out of him. But as far as I could make out, they carried her off from Macomo's kraal in the heart of the Amatolas." "Oh, come now, that seems altogether absurd." 2 or 3 of the officers standing round laughed, and Mellor said, "Orpheus going down to fetch Eurydice back from Hades would have had an easy task of it in comparison." "I am glad to see that you have not forgotten your classical learning, Mellor," one of the older officers said, "but certainly of the 2 I would rather undertake the task of Orpheus, who was pretty decently treated after all, than go to Macomo's kraal to fetch back a lady love." "Well, I suppose we shall hear about it tomorrow, but I can hardly believe this story to be true. The natives are such liars. There is no believing what they say." The next morning, after breakfast, Captain Twentyman and Lieutenant Daniels walked across to the hospital. They first saw the surgeon. "Well, doctor, how is my sergeant?" "On the highway to recovery," the surgeon said cheerfully. "Of course, the wound will be a fortnight, perhaps 3 weeks, before it is healed up sufficiently for him to return to duty, but otherwise there is nothing of the matter with him. A long night's rest has pulled him round completely. He is a little weak from loss of blood, but there is no harm in that. There is, I think, no fear whatever of fever or other complications. It is simply a question of the wound healing up." "And the colonist, Armstrong's his name is, I think, whose daughter was carried away, how is he going on?" "Much better. His daughter's presence at once calmed his delirium, and this morning, when he woke up after a good night's sleep, he was conscious and will now, I think, do well. He is very weak, but that does not matter, and he is perfectly content, lying there holding his daughter's hand. He has asked no questions as to how she got back again, and, of course, I have told her not to allude to the subject, and to check him at once if he does so. The poor girl looks all the better for her night's rest. She was a wan-looking creature when she arrived yesterday morning, but is 50% better already, and with another day or 2 rest, and the comfort of seeing her father going on well, she will soon get her colour and tone back again. I suppose we can go up and see Blunt and hear about his adventures." "Oh yes, talking with him would do no harm. I will come with you, for I was too busy this morning when I went my rounds to have any conversation with him except as to his wound. My inquiries are partly personal and partly official," Captain Twentyman said. "Colonel Somerset asked me this morning to see Blunt and gather any information as to the Kaffir's positions that might be useful. I went yesterday evening to question the Fingo head man who went with him, but he and all his men were as drunk as pigs. I hear that when they first arrived they said they had carried the girl off from Macombo Kraal, but of course there must be some mistake. They never could have ventured into the heart of the Amatolas and come out alive." The three officers proceeded together to the ward in which Ronald was lying. "Well, Sergeant, how do you feel yourself?" Captain Twentyman asked. "Oh, I'm all right, sir," Ronald answered cheerfully. "My back smarts a bit, of course, but that is nothing. I hope I shall be in the saddle again before long. At any rate, before the advance is made." "I hope so, Blunt. And now, if you feel up to telling it, I want to hear about your adventure. Colonel Somerset asked me to inquire, as it will throw some light on the numbers and positions of the Kaffirs. Besides, the whole camp is wanting to know how you succeeded in getting Miss Armstrong out of the hands of the Kaffirs. I can assure you that there is nothing else talked about." "There is nothing much to talk about, as far as I am concerned, sir," Ronald said. "It was the Fingoes' doing altogether, and they could have managed as well, indeed better, without me." "Except that they would not have done it unless you had been with them." "No, perhaps not," Ronald admitted. "I was lucky enough down at Port Elizabeth to fish out the son of Greta, the head man of the party, who had been washed off his feet in the surf, and it was out of gratitude for that he followed me." "Yes, we heard about that business from Mr. Nolan, and although you speak lightly of it, it was, he tells us, a very gallant affair indeed. But now as to this other matter. In the first place, Captain Twentyman, I admit that going off as I did was a great breach of duty. I can only say that I shall be willing cheerfully to submit to any penalty the colonel may think fit to inflict. I had no right whatever to leave my detachment on what was really private business. But even if I had been certain that I should have been shot as a deserter on my return to the regiment, I should not have hesitated in acting as I did." "We all understand your feelings, Blunt," Captain Twentyman said kindly, "and you have no need to make yourself uneasy on that score. To punish a man for acting as you have done could be as bad as the sea story of the captain who flogged a seaman who jumped overboard to save a comrade for leaving the ship without orders. Now for your story. All we have heard is that your Fingo says you carried off the young lady from Macombo's kraal, but of course that is not believed." "It is quite true, nevertheless," Ronald said. "Well, this is how it was, sir," and he gave a full account of the whole adventure. "Well, I congratulate you most heartily," Captain Twentyman said when he finished. "It is really a wonderful adventure, a most gallant business indeed, and the whole corps, officers and men, will be proud of it." "I should be glad, sir, if there could be some reward given to Greta and his men. As you will have seen from my story, any credit that there is in the matter is certainly their due." "I will see to that," the officer replied. "The Fingo desires are happily, easily satisfied. A good rifle, a few cows, and a barrel of whiskey make up his ideal of happiness. I think I can promise you they shall have all this." In the afternoon Mr. Armstrong again dropped off to a quiet sleep. This time he was not holding his daughter's hand, and as soon as she saw that he was fairly off, she stole out of the room, and finding the sergeant, asked if he would take her up to the ward where Sergeant Blunt was lying. "Yes, I shall be happy to take you up at once, Miss Armstrong. Everything is tidy just at present, for I have had a message from Colonel Somerset that he and the General are coming round the wards. I don't suppose they will be here for half an hour, so you can come up at once." The sick men in the wards were surprised when the surgeon entered, accompanied by a young lady. She passed shyly along between the rows of beds until she reached that of Ronald. She put her hand in his, but for a moment was unable to speak. Ronald saw her agitation and said cheerfully, "I am heartily glad, Miss Armstrong, to hear from the doctor such a good account of your father. As for me, I shall not be in his hands many days. I told you it was a mere scratch, and I believe that a good-sized piece of sticking plaster was all that was wanted." "You haven't thought me unkind for not coming to see you before, I hope," the girl said. "But I have not been able till now to leave my father's room for a moment." "I quite understood that, Miss Armstrong, and indeed there was no occasion for you to come to me at all. It would have been quite time enough when I was up and about again. I only wish that it was likely that Mr. Armstrong would be on his feet as soon as I shall." "Oh, he is going on very well," Mary said. "I consider that you have saved his life as well as mine. I feel sure it is only having me with him again that has made such a change in him as has taken place since yesterday. The doctor says so too. I have not told him yet how it has all come about, but I hope ere very long he may be able to thank you for both of us." "You thanked me more than enough yesterday, Miss Armstrong, and I am not going to listen to it any more. As far as I can see, you could not have done me any greater service than by giving me the opportunity you have. Everyone seems disposed to take quite a ridiculous view of the matter, and I may look forward to getting a troop sergeantship when there is a vacancy." The girl shook her head. She was too much in earnest even to pretend to take a light view of the matter. Just at that moment there was a trampling of horses outside, and the sharp sound of sentries presenting arms. "Here is the General," Ronald said, with a smile, "and although I don't wish you to hurry you away, Miss Armstrong, I think you had better to go back to your father. I don't know whether the chief would approve of lady visitors in the hospital." "Good-bye," the girl said, giving him her hand. "You won't let me thank you, but you know." "I know," Ronald replied. "Good-bye." She looked round for the surgeon, who had, after taking her up to Ronald, moved away for a short distance, but he was gone, having hurried off to meet the General below, and with a last nod to Ronald she left the ward. She passed out through the door into the courtyard just as the group of officers were entering. "That is Miss Armstrong," the surgeon said as she passed out. "What, the girl who was rescued?" Colonel Somerset said. "A very pretty ladylike looking young woman. I am not surprised now that I see her at this desperate exploit of my sergeant." "No, indeed," the General said, smiling. "It's curious, Colonel, what men will do for a pretty face. Those other two poor creatures who were carried off were both murdered, and I don't suppose their deaths have greatly distressed this young fellow one way or the other. No doubt he would have been glad to rescue them, but I imagine that their deaths have not in any way caused him to regard his mission as a failure. I suppose that is human nature, Colonel." Colonel Somerset laughed. "You and I could have seen the matter in the same light when we were youngsters, General." The officers went through the wards, stopping several times to speak a few words with the patients. "So this is the deserter," Colonel Somerset said, with some assumed sternness. as they stopped by Ronald's bedside. "Well, sir, we have had a good many of those black rascals desert from our ranks, but you are the first white soldier who has deserted since the war began. Of course, you expect a drumhead court-martial and shooting as soon as the doctor lets you out of his hands." Ronald saw the old colonel was not in earnest. "It was very bad, Colonel," he said, "and I can only throw myself on your mercy." "You have done well, my lad, very well," the colonel said, laying his hand on his shoulder. "There are some occasions when even military laws give place to questions of humanity, and this was essentially one of them. You are a fine fellow, sir, and I am proud that you belong to my corps." The general, who had stopped behind speaking to another patient, now came up. "You have done a very gallant action, Sergeant Blunt," he said. "Captain Twentyman has reported the circumstances to me, but when you are out of the hospital you must come to headquarters and tell me your own story. Will you see to this, Colonel Somerset?" "Certainly, sir. I will send him over, or rather bring him over to you, as soon as he is about, for I should like to hear the whole story also." In 10 days Ronald Mervyn was on his feet again, although not yet fit for duty. The wound had healed rapidly, but the surgeon said it would be at least another fortnight before he would be fit for active service. As soon as he was able to go out and sit on the benches in the hospital yard, many of his comrades came to see him, and there was a warmth and earnestness in their congratulations which showed that, short as his time had been in the corps, he was thoroughly popular with them. Sergeant Menzies was particularly hearty in his greeting. "I knew you were the right sort, Harry Blunt, as soon as I set eyes upon you," he said, "but I did not expect you were going to cut us all out so soon. How is my horse, Sergeant?" "Oh, he's none the worse for it, I think. He has been taking walking exercise, and his stiffness is wearing off fast. I think he misses you very much, and he wouldn't take his food the first day or two. He has got over it now, but I know he longs to hear your voice again." Sometimes, too, Mary Armstrong would come out and sit for a time with Ronald. Her father was progressing favourably, and though still extremely weak, was in a fair way towards recovery. "Will you come in to see father?" Mary said one morning. "He knows all about it now, but it was only when he came round just now that the doctor gave leave for him to see you." "I shall be very glad to see him," Ronald said, rising. "I own that when I saw him last I entertained very slight hopes I should ever meet him alive again." "He is still very weak," the girl said, "and the doctor says he is not to be allowed to talk too much. I will only pay a short visit, but it will be a great pleasure to me to see him. I have always felt his kindness to me." "Father is kind to everyone," the girl said simply. "In this instance his kindness has been returned 100-fold." By this time they had reached the door of the ward. "Here is Mr. Blunt come to see you, father. Now you know that the doctor said you are not to excite yourself and not to talk too much, and if you are not good I shall take him away." "I am glad to see you are better, Mr. Armstrong," Ronald said as he went up to the bed and took the thin hand in his own. "God bless you, my boy," the wounded man replied. "It is to you I owe my recovery, for had you not brought Mary back to me I should be a dead man now, and would have been glad of it." "I am very glad, Mr. Armstrong, to have been able to be of service to your daughter and to you, but do not let us talk about it now. I am sure that you cannot do so without agitating yourself, and the great point at present with us all is for you to be up and about again. Do your wounds hurt you much?" "Not much. And yours, Blunt?" "Oh, mine is a mere nothing," Ronald said cheerfully. "It's healing up fast, and except when I forget all about it and move sharply, I scarcely feel it. I feel something like the proverbial man who swallowed the poker and have to keep myself as stiff as if I were on inspection. This ward is nice and cool, much cooler than they are upstairs. Of course, the veranda outside shades you. You will find it very pleasant there when you are strong enough to get up. I'm afraid that by that time I shall be off, for the troops are all on their march up from the coast, and in another 10 days we expect to begin operations in earnest." "I don't think the doctor ought to let you go," Mary Armstrong said. "You have done quite your share, I am sure." "I hope my share in finishing up with these scoundrels will be a good deal larger yet," Ronald laughed. "My share has principally been creeping and hiding, except just in that last brush, and there, if I mistake not, your share was as large as mine. I only fired 3 shots, and I think I heard your pistol go 4 times." "Yes, it is dreadful to think of now," the girl said, "but somehow it didn't seem so at the time. I feel shocked now when I recall it." "There is nothing to be shocked at, Miss Armstrong. It was our lives or theirs, and if your hand had not been steady and your aim true, we should neither of us be here talking over the matter now. But I think my visit has been long enough. I will come in again, Mr. Armstrong, tomorrow, and I hope each day to find you more and more able to take your share in the talk." In another 10 days Ronald rejoined his troop, and the next day received an order to be ready at 4 o'clock to accompany Colonel Somerset to the generals. "Now, sergeant, take a seat," the general said, "and tell me the full story of your adventures." Ronald again repeated his story. When he had done, the general remarked: "Your report more than bears out what I heard from Captain Twentyman. I have already talked the matter over with Colonel Somerset, and as we consider that such an action should be signally rewarded, Colonel Somerset will at once apply for a commission for you in your own corps, or if you would prefer it, I will apply for a commission for you in one of the line regiments. I may say that the application under such circumstances would certainly be acceded to. I am deeply obliged to you for your kindness, sir, and to you, Colonel Somerset, but I regret to say that, with all respect, I must decline both offers." "Decline a commission?" the general said in surprise. "Why, I should have thought that it was just the thing that you would have liked. A dashing young fellow like you, and on the eve of serious operations. I can hardly understand you." Ronald was silent for a moment. "My reason for declining it, sir, is a purely personal one. Nothing would have given me greater pleasure than a commission so bestowed, but there are circumstances that absolutely prevent my mingling in the society of gentlemen. The name I go by is not my true one, and over my own name there is so terrible a shadow resting that so long as it is there, and I have little hope of its ever being cleared off, I must remain as I am." Both officers remained silent a moment. "You are sure you are not exaggerating the case, Blunt?" Colonel Somerset said after a pause. "I cannot believe that this cloud of which you speak can have arisen from any act of yours, and it would be a pity, indeed, were you to allow this family matter to weigh upon you thus?" Ronald shook his head. "It is a matter in which I am personally concerned, sir, and I do not in any way exaggerate it. I repeat, I must remain in my present position." "If it must be so, it must," the General said, "though I am heartily sorry. At least you will have the satisfaction of seeing your name in General Orders this evening for an act of distinguished bravery." "Thank you, sir," and Ronald, seeing the conversation was at an end, saluted the two officers, went out, and rode back to his quarters. The town was full of troops now, for the regiments that had been dispatched from England had nearly all arrived upon the spot, and the operations against the Kaffirs in the Amatolas were to begin at once. Some of the troops, including 2 squadrons of the Rifles, were to march next morning. Ronald went about his duties till evening, and then turned out to walk to the hospital. As he passed through the streets, he saw a group round one of the Rifles, who had just come out from a drinking shop and was engaged in a fierce altercation with a Fingo. The man was evidently the worse for liquor, and Ronald went up to him and put his hands on his shoulder. "You had better go off to the barracks at once," he said sharply. "You will be getting into trouble if you stay here." The man turned savagely round. "Oh, it's you, Sergeant Blunt? Hadn't you better attend to your own business? I am not committing any crime here. I haven't been murdering women or anything of that sort." Ronald started back as if struck. The significance of the tone in which the man spoke showed him that these were no random words, but a shaft deliberately aimed. In a moment he was cool again. "If you do not return to the barracks at once," he said sternly, "I will fetch a corporal's ward and put you in the cells." The man hesitated a moment, and then, muttering to himself, reeled off towards the barracks. Had the blow come a month before, Ronald Mervyn would have felt it more, for absorbed in his active work on horseback the greater portion of his time, the remembrance of the past had become blunted, and the present had occupied all his thoughts. It was only occasionally that he had looked back to the days when he was Captain Mervyn of the Borderers, but from the hour he had brought Mary Armstrong safely back to her father, the past had been constantly in his mind because it clashed with the present. Before, Ronald Mervyn and Harry Blunt had almost seemed to be two existences unconnected with each other. Now, the fact of their identity had been constantly in his thoughts. The question he had been asking himself over and over again was whether there could be a permanent separation between them, whether he could hope to get rid of his connection with Ronald Mervyn, and to continue to the end of the chapter as Harry Blunt. He had told himself long before that he could not do so, that sooner or later he should certainly be recognized, and although he had tried to believe that he could pass through life without meeting anyone familiar with his face, he had been obliged to admit that this was next to impossible. Had he been merely a country gentleman, known only to the people within a limited range of distance, it would have been different. But an officer who has served 10 years in the army has innumerable acquaintances. Every move he makes brings him in contact with men of other regiments, and his circle goes on constantly widening until it embraces no small portion of the officers of the army. Then every soldier who had passed through his regiment while he had been in it would know his face, and go where he would, he knew that he would be running constant risks of detention. More than one of the regiments that had now arrived at King Williamstown had been quartered with him at one station or another, and there were a score of men who would recognize him instantly, did he come among them in the dress of an officer. This unexpected recognition, therefore, by a trooper in his own corps, did not come upon him with so sudden a shock as it would have done a month previously. "I knew it must come," he said to himself bitterly, "and that it might come at any moment. Still, it is a shock. Who is this man, I wonder? It seemed to me, when he first came up, that I had some faint remembrance of his face, though where, I have not the least idea. It was not in the regiment, for he knows nothing of drill or military habits. Of course, if he had been a deserter, he would have pretended ignorance, but one can always tell by little things whether a man has served, and I am sure that this fellow has not. I suppose he comes from somewhere down home. Well, it can't be helped. Fortunately, I have won a good name before this discovery is made, and I'm likely to reap the benefit of what doubt there may be. When a man shows that he has a fair amount of pluck, his comrades are slow to credit him with bad qualities. On the whole, perhaps it is well that it should have come on this evening of all when I had quite made up my mind as to my course, for it strengthens me in my decision as to what I ought to do. It is hard to throw away happiness, but this shows how rightly I decided. Nothing will shake me now. Poor little girl, it is hard for her, harder by far than for me. However, it is the best that she should know it now than learn it when too late. End of chapter 14. Recording by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 15 of The Curse of Carne's Hold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Parting. The sun had already set an hour when Ronald Mervyn reached the hospital, but the moon had just risen, and the stars were shining brilliantly. Mary Armstrong met him at the door. "I saw you coming," she said, "and father advised me to come out for a little turn. It is such a beautiful evening." "I'm glad you have come, Mary. I wanted to speak to you." Mary Armstrong's color heightened a little. It was the first time that he had called her by her Christian name since that ride through the Kaffirs. She thought she knew what he wanted to speak to her about, and she well knew what she should say. "Mary," Ronald went on, "you know the story of the poor wretch who was devoured by thirst, and yet could not reach the cup of water that was just beyond his grasp?" "I know," Mary said. "Well, I am just in that position. I am so placed by inscrutable fate that I cannot stretch out my hand to grasp the cup of water." The girl was silent for a time. "I will not pretend that I do not understand you, Ronald. Why cannot you grasp the cup of water?" "Because, as I said, dear, there is a fate against me. Because I can never marry. Because I must go through the world alone. I told you the name that I bear is not my own. I have been obliged to change it, because my own name is disgraced. Because were I to name it, there is not a man here of those who just at present are praising and making much of me, who would not shrink from my side." "No, Ronald, it cannot be. It is true, dear. My name has been associated with the foulest of crimes. I have been tried for murdering a woman, and that woman a near relative. I was acquitted, it is true, but simply because the evidence did not amount to what the law required. But in the sight of the world I went out guilty." "Oh, how could they think so?" Mary said, bursting into tears. "How could they have thought, Ronald, those who knew you, that you could do this?" "Many did believe it," Ronald said, "and evidence was so strong that I almost believed it myself. However, thus it is. I am a marked man and an outcast, and must remain alone for all my life, unless God in his mercy should clear this thing up." "Not alone, Ronald, not alone," the girl cried. "There, you make me say it." "You mean you would stand by my side, Mary?" "Thank you, my love, but I could not accept the sacrifice. I can bear on my own, but I could not see the woman I loved pointed as a wife of a murderer."
"But no one would know,"
Mary began. "They would know, dear. I refused a commission the general offered me today, because were I to appear as an officer, there are scores of men in this expedition who would know me at once. But even under my present name and my present dress I cannot escape. Only this evening, as I came here, I was taunted by a drunken sailor who must have known me as a murderer of women." "Good heavens, do you think I would let any woman share that? Did I go to some out-of-the-way part of the world, I might escape for years. But at last the blow would come. Had it not been for the time we passed together, when death might at any moment have come to both of us, had it not been that I held you in my arms during that ride, I should never have told you this, Mary, for you would have gone away to England and lived your life unhurt. But after that I could not but speak. You must have felt that I loved you, and had I not spoken, what would you have thought of me?" "I should have thought, Ronald," she said quietly, "that you had a foolish idea that because my father had money, while you were but a trooper, you ought not to speak. And I think that I should have summoned up courage to speak first, for I knew you loved me."
"Just as certainly as I know that I shall love you always."
"I hope not, Mary," Ronald said gravely. "It would add to the pain of my life to know that I had spoiled yours." "It will not spoil mine, Ronald. It is good to know that one is loved by a true man, and that one loves him. Even if we can never come together, I would rather be single for your sake, dear, than marry any other man in the world. Won't you tell me about it all? I should like to know." "You have a right to know, Mary, if you wish it." And drawing her to a seat, Ronald told her the story of the curse of Carne, of the wild blood that flowed in his veins, of his half-engagement to his cousin, and of the circumstances of her death. Only once she stopped him. "Did you love her very much, Ronald?" "No, dear. I can say so honestly now. No doubt I thought I loved her, though I had been involuntarily putting off becoming formally engaged to her. But now I know, indeed I knew long ago, that my passion when she threw me off was rather an outburst of disappointment, and perhaps of jealousy, that another should have stepped in when I thought myself so sure, than of real regret. I cared for Margaret in a way, but now I know what real love is. I know it was but as a cousin that I loved her." Then he went on to tell her the proofs against himself, how the words he had spoken had come up against him, how he had failed altogether to account for his doings at the hour at which she was murdered, how his glove had borne evidence against him. "Is that all, Ronald?" "Not quite all, dear. I saw in an English paper only a few days ago that the matter had come up again. Margaret's watch and jewels were found in the garden, just hidden in the ground, evidently not by a thief who intended to come again and fetch them, but simply concealed by someone who had taken them and did not want them. If those things had been found before my trial, Mary, I should assuredly have been hung, for they disposed of the only alternative that seemed possible, namely, that she had been murdered by a midnight burglar for the sake of her valuables." Mary sat in silence for a few minutes, and then asked one or two questions with reference to the story. And you have no idea yourself, Ronald? Even the slightest suspicion against anyone? Not the slightest, he said. The whole thing is to me as profound a mystery as ever. Of course, from what you tell me, Ronald, the evidence against you was stronger than the evidence against anyone else. And yet I cannot think how anyone who knew you could have believed it. I hope that those who knew me best did not believe it, Mary. A few of my neighbors and many of my brother officers had faith in my innocence. But you see, those in my county who knew the story of our family were naturally set against me. I had the mad blood of Carnes in my veins. The Carnes had committed 2 murders in their frenzy, and it did not seem to them so strange that I should do the same. I may tell you, dear, that this trial through which I have passed has not been altogether without good. The family history has weighed on my mind from the time I was a child, and at times I used to wonder whether I had madness in my blood, and fear grew upon me and embittered my life. Since that trial it has gone forever. I know that if I had the slightest touch of insanity in my veins, I must have gone mad in that awful time, and much as I suffered from the cloud that rested on me, I am sure that I have been a far brighter and happier man since. A pressure of the hand he was holding in his expressed the sympathy that she did not speak. What time do you march tomorrow, Ronald? At 8, dear. Could you come round first? I could, Mary, but I'd rather say good-bye now. You must say good-bye now, Ronald, and again in the morning. Why I ask you is because I want to tell my father. You don't mind that, do you? He must know there is something, because he spoke today as if he would wish it to be as I hoped, and I should like him to know how it is with us. You don't mind, do you? Not at all, Ronald said. I would rather that he did know. Then I will tell him now, the girl said. I should like to talk it over with him. And she rose. Ronald rose too. Good-bye, Mary. Not like that, Ronald.
And she threw her arms around his neck.
Good-bye, my dear, my dear. I will always be true to you to the end of my life, and hope always. I cannot believe that you would have saved me almost by a miracle if it had not been meant that we should one day be happy together. God bless you and keep you. There was a long kiss. Then Mary Armstrong turned and ran back to the hospital. Father and daughter talked together for hours after Mary's return. The disappointment to Mr. Armstrong was almost as keen as to Mary herself. He had from the first been greatly taken by Harry Blunt, and had encouraged his coming to the house, that he was a gentleman, for sure.
And he thought he knew enough of the character to be convinced that whatever scrape had driven him to enlist as a trooper, it was not a disgraceful one. If Mary fancies this young fellow, she shall have him, he had said to himself. I have money enough for us both, and what good is it to me except to see her settled happily in life?
After the attack upon his house, when he was rescued by the party led by Ronald, he thought still more of the matter, for some subtle change in his daughter's manner convinced him that her heart had been touched. He had fretted over the fact that after this Ronald's duty had kept him from seeing them, and when at last he started on his journey down to the coast, he made up his mind that when they reached England he could ascertain for certain Mary's wishes on the subject. He would himself write a cautious letter to him, putting it that after the service he had rendered in saving his life and that of his daughter, he did not like the thought of his remaining as a trooper at the Cape, and that if he liked to come home he would start him in any sort of business he liked, adding perhaps that he had special reasons for wishing him to return. After Ronald's rescue of his daughter, Mr. Armstrong regarded it as a certainty that his wish would be realized. He was a little surprised that the young sergeant had not spoken out, and it was with a view to give him an opportunity that he suggested that Mary should go out for a stroll on the last evening. He had felt assured that they would come hand in hand, and had anticipated with lively pleasure the prospect of paying his debt of gratitude to the young man. It was with surprise, disappointment, and regret that he listened to Mary's story. "It is a monstrous thing," he said, when she finished. "Most monstrous. But don't cry, my dear. It will all come right presently. These things always work round in time." "But how is it to come right, father? He says himself that he has not the slightest suspicion who did it." "Whether he has or not makes no difference," Mr. Armstrong said decidedly. "It is quite certain that, by what you say, this poor lady did not kill herself. In fact, in that case, who did it? We must make our business to find out who it was. You don't suppose I am going to have your life spoiled in such a fashion as this? Talk about remaining single all your life. I won't have it. The thing must be set straight." "It's very easy to say 'must,' father," Mary said, almost smiling at his earnestness. "But how is it supposed to be set straight?" "Why, by our finding out all about it, of course, Mary. Directly I will get well enough to move, and the doctor said this morning that in a fortnight I can be taken down to the coast, we will follow out our original plan of going back to England. Then, when we go down to this place you speak of, Carnesworth, or whatever it is, and take a place there, or near there are always places to be had. It makes no difference to us where we go, for I don't suppose I shall find many people alive I knew in England. We will take some little place and get to know the people and talk to them. Don't tell me about not finding out. Of course, we shall be able to find out if it has been done by anyone there. And as you say that the burglar or tramp theory is quite disproved by the finding of these trinkets, it must be somebody in the neighbourhood. I know what these dunder-headed police are. Not 1 in 10 of them can put 2 and 2 together. The fellows at once jumped on that conclusion that Mervyn was guilty, and never inquired further. He says he had a detective down, father, for some weeks before the trial, and that one has been remaining there until quite lately." "I don't think much of detectives," Mr. Armstrong said. "But of course, Mary, if you throw cold water on the scheme and don't fancy it, there's an end of it." "No, no, father, you know I don't mean that. Only I was frightened because you seemed to think so certain that we should succeed. There is nothing I should like better. It will matter nothing to me if we are years about it, so that we can but clear him at last." "I have no notion of spending years, my dear. Before now I have proved myself a pretty good hand at tracking the spoor of Kaffirs, and it's hard if I can't pick up this trail somehow." "We will do it between us, father," Mary said, catching his confidence and enthusiasm, and kissing him as he sat propped up with pillows. "Oh, you have made me so happy. Everything seemed so dark and hopeless before, and now we shall be working for him." "And for yourself too, Miss Mary. Don't pretend you have no personal interest in the matter." And so, just as the clock struck 12, Mary Armstrong lay down on her bed in that little ante-room next to her father's, feeling infinitely happy and more hopeful than she could have thought possible when she parted from Ronald Mervyn 3 hours before. Ronald himself was surprised at the brightness with which she met him, when at 6 o'clock he alighted from his horse at the hospital. "Come in, Ronald," she said. "We were talking, father and I, for hours last night, and we have quite decided what we are going to do." "So you have come to say good-bye, Mervyn, for, of course, you are Mervyn to us," Mr. Armstrong said, as he entered the room. "Well, my lad, it's a bad business that my little girl was telling me about last night, and has knocked over my castles very effectually, for I own to you that I had been building. I knew you were fond of my girl. You never would have done for her what you did unless you had been. And I was quite sure that she was fond of you. How could she help it? And I had been fancying, as soon as this war was over, for, of course, you could not leave now, you'd be coming home, and that I should be having you both with me in some snug little place there. However, lad, that's over for the present, but not for always, I hope. All this has not changed my opinion of the affair. The fact that you have suffered horribly and unjustly is nothing against you personally, and indeed you will make Mary a better husband for having gone through such a trial than you would have done had not this come upon you. I am sure I should, Ronald said quietly. I think I could make her happy, but I fear I shall never have the chance. She has told you what I said last night. I have been awake all the night thinking it over, and I am sure I have decided rightly. My disgrace is hard enough to bear alone. I will never share it with her. I think you are right, Mervyn, at least for the present. If, say, in 5 years hence, you are both the same mind towards each other, as I do not doubt you will be, he added, in reply to the look of perfect confidence that passed between his daughter and Ronald, we will talk the matter over again. 5 years is a long time, and old stories fade out of people's remembrance. In 5 years, then, one may discuss it again. But I don't mean Mary to wait 5 years if I can help it. She has no inclination to wait 5 years either, have you, child? Mary shook her head. So I will tell you what we have resolved upon, for we have made up our minds about it. In the first place, somebody murdered this cousin of yours. That is quite clear, isn't it? That is quite clear, Ronald replied. It is absolutely certain that it was not a suicide. In the next place, from what she says, it is quite clear also that this was not done by the ordinary burglar. The circumstances of her death, and the discovery that her watch and jewels were hastily thrust into the ground and left there to spoil, pretty well shows that. I think so, Ronald said. I am convinced that whoever did it, the murder was a deliberate one, and not the work of thieves. Then it is evident that it was the work of some one in the neighbourhood, of some one who either had a personal hatred of your cousin, or who wished to injure you. To injure me, Ronald repeated in surprise. I never thought of it in that way. Why to injure me? I say to injure you, because it seems to me that there was a deliberate attempt to fix the guilt upon you. Some one must have put your glove where it was found, for it appears from what you told Mary that you certainly could not have dropped it there. It might seem so, Ronald said thoughtfully, and yet I cannot believe it. In fact, I had, so far as I know, no quarrel with anyone in the neighbourhood. I had been away on service for years, and so had nothing to do with the working of the estate. Indeed, I never had an angry word with any man upon it. Never discharged any grooms, or any one of that sort? Well, I did discharge the groom after I got back, Ronald replied, and the coachman too, for I found, upon looking into the accounts, that they had been swindling my mother right and left. But that can surely have nothing to do with it. The glove alone would have been nothing, had it not been for my previous quarrel with my cousin, which nobody outside the house can have known of, and that unfortunate ride of mine. Well, that may or may not be, Mr. Armstrong said. Anyhow, we have it that the murder must have been committed by someone in the neighbourhood, who had a grudge against your cousin or against yourself. Now the detective that you have down there, my daughter tells me, has altogether failed in finding the clue. But after all, that shows that he is a fool rather than that there is no clue to be found. Now, what Mary and I have settled upon is this. Directly we get back, we shall take a pretty little cottage, if we can get one, down at the village. What, at Carnesford? Yes, Carnesford. We shall be two simple colonists, who have made enough money to live upon, and have fixed upon the place accidentally. Then we shall both set to work to get to the bottom of this affair. We know it is to be done, if we can but get a hold of the right way, and Mary and I flatter ourselves that between us we shall do it. Now that's our plan. It's no use your saying yes or no, because that is what we have fixed upon." "It's very good of you, sir," Mervyn began. "It's not good at all," Mr. Armstrong interrupted. "Mary wants to get married, and I want her to get married, and so we have nothing to do but to set about the right way of bringing it about. And now, my boy, I know we must not keep you. God bless you and bring you safely through this war, and I tell you it will be a more troublesome one than your people think. You will write often, and Mary will let you know how regularly we are getting on." He held his hand out to Mervyn, who grasped it silently, held Mary to him in a close embrace for a minute, and then galloped away to take his place in the ranks of his corps. The troop to which Ronald belonged was not, he found, intended to start at once to the front, but was to serve as an escort to Colonel Somerset, who had now been appointed as brigadier general in command of a column that was to start from Grahamstown. At 8 o'clock they started, and arrived late in the afternoon at that place, where they found the 74th Highlanders, who had just marched up from Port Elizabeth. They had prepared for active service by laying aside their bonnets and plaids, adopting a short dark canvas blouse, and fixing broad leather peaks to their forage caps. On the following morning, the 74th, a troop of colonial horse, the Cape Rifles, and some native levies, marched to attack the Hottentots on the station of London Missionary Society. Joined by a body of Kaffirs, these pampered converts had in cold blood murdered the Fingoes at the station, and were now holding it in force. After a march of 20 miles across the plain, the troops reached the edge of Cat River, where the main body halted for a couple of hours. The advance guard, having in the course of the day had a skirmish with the natives and captured several wagons, one officer of the native levies had been killed, and 2 others wounded. A further march of 5 miles was made before morning, and the troops halted in order to advance under the cover of night against the position of the enemy, 12 miles distant. At 1:30 in the morning the infantry advanced. The cavalry followed 2 hours later. The road was a most difficult one, full of deep holes and innumerable ant-hills, and after passing through a narrow defile, thickly strewn with loose stones and large rocks, over which in the darkness men stumbled and fell continually. The cavalry overtook the infantry at the ford of the Kariga River, and went on ahead. In the darkness several companies of the infantry lost their way, and daylight was breaking before the force was collected in readiness for the assault. The huts occupied by the enemy stood on one side of the grassy plain, 3/4 of a mile in diameter, and surrounded by a deep belt of forest. The Fingo levies were sent around through the bush to the rear of the huts. The cavalry and the infantry men advanced to the attack. The enemy skirmished on the plain, but the cavalry dashed down upon them and drove them into a wooded ravine, from which they kept a fire for some time, until silenced by 2 or 3 volleys from the infantry. The main body of rebels was drawn up in the front of their huts, and as soon as the troops approached, the cavalry charged them. They took to flight. A volley from the Fingoes in the bush killed several of them. The rest, however, succeeded in gaining the forest. The village was then burnt, and 650 cattle and some horses and goats, all stolen from neighbouring settlers, were recovered. The column then marched to the bivouac of the night before, and the following day returned to Grahamstown. There was no halt there, for the next morning they marched to join the column from King Williamstown. The road led through the Eka Pass, where constant attacks had been made by natives upon wagons and convoys going down the road, but without opposition. They crossed the Kunap River and at the end of 2 days' march encamped on the ridge where the Amatola range could be seen, and finally joined the column composed of the 91st Regiment and the rest of Cape Mounted Rifles, encamped near Fort Hare. 2 days later the whole force, amounting to 2,000 men, advanced to the base of the Amatolas, and encamped on the plains at a short distance from the hills. The attack was made in 2 columns. The 74th, a position of the native levies and of the mounted rifles, were to attack the formidable position in the front, where the 91st were to march around and, driving the enemy before them, to effect a junction at the end of the day with the others. The cavalry could take no part in the attack of the strong position held by the Kaffirs, which was a line of perpendicular cliffs, the only approach to which was up the smooth grassy incline that touched the summit of the cliff at one point only. The 74th moved directly to the attack, and the native levies skirmished on both flanks. The enemy, who could be seen in large numbers on the height, waited until the Highlanders were well within range before they opened fire. The cavalry below watched the progress of the troops with anxiety. They replied with steady volleys to the incessant firing of the enemy, advancing steadily up the slope, but occasionally leaving a wounded man behind them. 2 companies went ahead in skirmishing order, and climbed from rock to rock, exchanged shots with the enemy as they went. They succeeded in winning a foothold at the top of the cliff and drove off the offenders, who took refuge in a thick forest a few hundred yards in the rear. As soon as the rest of the regiment had gone up, they advanced against the wood, from which the enemy kept up a constant fire, and pouring in steady volleys, entered the forest and drove the enemy before them, foot by foot, until the Kaffirs retreated into a thick brush absolutely impenetrable to the soldiers. On emerging from the forest, the troops were joined by the other column, which had driven the enemy from their position on the Victoria Heights, and had burned 2 of their villages. While the fighting was going on between the 1st Division and the enemy, the 2nd Division had been engaged in another position of the hills, and had penetrated some distance. Skirmishing went on during the rest of the day, but at nightfall the troops returned to the camp that they had left in the morning. The Kaffirs had suffered considerable loss during the day. 2 of their leading chiefs had been amongst the slain, and Sandali himself narrowly escaped being taken prisoner.
The Cape Mounted Rifles, attached to the 74th, had taken no part in the affair, for the ground had been altogether impracticable for cavalry.
The troops, when they returned, were utterly exhausted with the fatigues that they had undergone, but were well satisfied with the events of the day. "It is well enough for a beginning,"
Ronald said to Sergeant Menzies.
"But what is it? These hills extend 20 or 30 miles either way at the very least, twice as far for anything I know. They contain scores of kraals. I don't suppose I'm far out when I say hundreds. We have burnt 3 or 4, and have marched a mile or 2 in the woods, have killed perhaps 100 Kaffirs at the outside, and have lost and killed and wounded about 50 of our own men. I suppose altogether there are 15 or 20,000 Kaffirs there. They have no end of places where our fellows can't possibly penetrate. There is no holding a position when we have taken it. The columns may toil on through the woods, skirmishing all the way, but they only hold the ground they stand on. By Sergeant, it will take a dozen expeditions, each made with a force of 3 or 4 times larger than we have now, before we can produce much effect on the Amatolas." "I'm afraid it will, Blunt," the sergeant said. "Before we break down the rebellion, there is one thing. They say that the Kaffirs have got 20 or 30,000 cattle among the hills. If we can drive them off, we shall do more good than by killing Kaffirs. The chiefs care but little how much their followers are shot down, but they do care mightily for the loss of their wealth. Cattle are one of the valuable possessions among the Kaffirs. Shooting men has very little effect on those who are not shot. As for driving them out of one part of the country, it makes no difference to them one way or another. They can put up the corrals anywhere. The one point on which you can hit them is their cattle. A chief's consequence depends on the number of bullocks he owns. A young Kaffir cannot marry unless he has cattle to buy a wife with. Putting aside their arms and their trumpery necklaces and bracelets, cattle are the sole valuables of the Kaffirs. You will see, if we can capture their cattle, we shall put an end to the war, but no amount of marching and fighting will make great impression upon them. The prognostications of the two soldiers proved correct. It was only after 6 invasions of the Amatolas by very much larger forces, after fighting hard in which the troops did not always have the best of it, after very heavy losses, and after capturing some 14,000 cattle, that the conquest of the Amatolas was finally achieved. So far, Ronald had heard nothing more as to the discovery of his identity by one of the men of his troops. He thought that the man could not have mentioned it to anyone else, for he felt sure that had it been become greatly known, he must have heard of it. He would have noticed some change in the manner of the men, and it would certainly have come to the ears of the menzies, or one of the non-commissioned officers, who would, of course, come to him to inquire whether there was any truth in the report. Besides, the man must have known him from the time he joined the troop, and could have mentioned it before if he had wanted to do so. Ronald supposed then that he had kept silent either because he thought that by originating the report to the disadvantage of a popular man in the corps, he might, though he proved to be true, be regarded with general hostility, or that the man might intend to keep his secret, thinking that some day he might make it useful to him. No doubt he would never have said what he had he not been excited by liquor. Ronald hardly knew whether to be glad or sorry that the secret was still kept. It would, he felt sure, would come out sooner or later, and in some respects he would rather have an end of the suspense and face it all at once. His position was a strong one. His officers were all markedly kind to him, and his expedition to the Amatolas had rendered him the most popular man in the corps among his comrades. The fact, too, as told by Colonel Somerset to his officers, and as picked up by the men from their talk, that he had refused a commission, added to his popularity. The men were glad to think that their comrade preferred to being one of them to becoming an officer, and that the brave deed they were all proud of had not been done to win promotion, but simply to save women in distress. There had been sly laughter among the men when their comrades told them how pretty the girl was Ronald had brought back,
and there had been keen wagering in the regiment that there would be a wedding before they marched, or at any rate that they should hear there would be one on their return from the war.
The one contingency had not occurred. The other, it seemed, was not to take place, for in answer to a question as to how the wounded colonist was going on, Ronald had said carelessly that he was mending fast, and would be well enough to be taken down to the coast in a fortnight, and the doctor thought by the time he reached England he would be completely set up again. So the bets were paid, but the men wondered that their sergeant had not made better use of his opportunities, for all agreed that a girl could hardly refuse a man who had done so much for her, even if her father were a wealthy colonist, and he only a trooper in the mounted rifles. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Curse of Carne's Hold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Curse of Carne's Hold by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 16. Searching for a Clue. The landlord of Carne's Arms was somewhat puzzled by a stranger who had just been dropped at his door by the coach from Plymouth. He did not look like either a fisherman or an artist or even a wandering tourist. His clothes were somewhat rough, and the landlord would have taken him for a farmer. But what could any strange farmer be stopping at Carnesford for? There were no farms vacant in the neighborhood, nor any likely to be, so far as the landlord knew. Besides, the few words his guest had spoken as he entered had no touch of Devonshire dialect. While he was standing at the door, turning the matter over his mind, for he rather prided himself upon his ability to decide upon the calling and object of his guest, and was annoyed by his failure to do so in the present instance, the man he was thinking of came out of the coffee room and placed himself beside him. "Well, landlord, this is a pretty village of yours. They told me in Plymouth it was as pretty a place as any about, and I see they were right." "Yes, most folks think it's pretty," the landlord said, "although I am so accustomed to it myself I don't see a great deal in it." "Yes, custom is everything. I have been accustomed for a great many years to see nothing much but plains, with clumps of bush here and there, and occasionally a herd of deer walking across it. I have been farming down at the Cape, and so, you see, a quiet, pretty place like this is very pleasant to me." "I should think it is quite enough farming there," the landlord said. "I have heard from folk who have been out in some of those parts that you often haven't a neighbor nearer than 4 miles away." "That's true enough, landlord, but the life is not always quiet for all that. It's not quiet, for instance, when you hear the yell of 100 or so savages outside your windows, or see a party driving half your cattle away in the bush." "No, I shouldn't call that quiet. And that is what you have been doing?" "Yes, I was in the disturbed part when the Kaffirs rose. Most of our neighbors were killed, and we had a hard time of it, but some mounted police came up just in time. I have had trouble 3 or 4 times before, and it's no use going on for years, rearing cattle if they are to be all swept away by the natives, and you are running the risk of getting your throat cut in the bargain. So after this last affair, I locked up my farmhouse, drove off what cattle I had got left, and sold them for what I could get for them, and here I am." "Yes, here you are," repeated the landlord. "And what next?" "The ship touched at Plymouth, and I thought I might as well get out there as anywhere else. Well, there is too much noise and bustle at Plymouth. I haven't been used to it, and so now I'm just looking for a little place to suit me. I have been up to Tavistock, and then some one said that Carnesford was a pretty village. I said I would look at Carnesford, and so, you see, here I am." "What sort of place are you looking for?" the landlord asked, looking at his visitor closely and mentally appraising his worth. "Oh, quite a little place. I should say about £20 a year. I suppose one could get a girl to help from the village, and could live for another 80. That's about what I could afford." "Oh yes, I should say you could do that," said the landlord thoughtfully. "But I do not know that there is such a place to let anywhere about here. There is a nice cottage at the other end of the village just empty. It's got a good garden, and it's rather away from the rest of the houses, but the rent is only half-a-crown a week. That wouldn't do for you." "Well, I wanted something better than that, but still I might have a look at it. Of course, if I took it, I should want to stay, and I might as well spend a little money in doing it up to my fancy as in paying higher rent. By the way, my name is Armstrong. Perhaps you wouldn't mind putting on your hat and showing me this place you speak of. We have been used to roughing it, and don't want anything fine." The cottage was certainly large and roomy, and stood in a pretty garden, but its appearance was not prepossessing, for it differed from most of the other little houses in the village, inasmuch as it was not, like them, half hidden by roses and creepers climbing over it. "Yes, it is rough, decidedly rough," Mr. Armstrong said. "Still, there is a pretty view down the valley. Now, I should save nearly £14 in rent by taking this instead of a £20 a year house, and if one were to put up a veranda around it, touch up the windows somehow, and put pretty paper on the walls, I should say that at the end of 2 years it would stand me in just the same. That and plenty of roses and things would make it a pretty little place. Who's the landlord?" "The landlord is Mr. Carne, up at the Hold. That's the big house on the hill, but he's away at the present. Mr. Kirkland, a lawyer at Plymouth, is his agent, and sees to the letting of his houses and that sort of thing. His clerk comes over once a month to collect the rents. I expect you would have to go to him even if Mr. Carne was at home. Squire was never much down in the village in the best of times, and we have hardly seen his face since his sister's death." "Yes, they were telling us about that affair at Plymouth," the colonist said quietly. "It was a bad business. Well, have you got some pretty sociable sort of fellows in the village? I like a chat as well as any man, and I should want someone to talk to." "Well, I don't know that they would be your sort," the landlord said doubtfully. "There is the clergyman and the doctor." "Oh no, I don't want to have to do with clergymen and doctors. We colonists are pretty rough and ready fellows, and it's no odds to us what a man is. A man stops at your door, and in he comes, and he's welcome, though he is only a shepherd on the lookout for work. Sometimes one of the Kaffir chiefs, with nothing on but a blanket and a leather apron, will stalk in and squat down and make himself at home. Oh no, it's tradesmen, I mean, and perhaps the small farmers round." "Well, we are pretty well off for that, Mr. Armstrong. There is Hiram Powlett, the miller, and Jacob Carey, the blacksmith. They drop in pretty regular every evening and smoke a pipe with me, in what I call my snuggery. And there is old Reuben Claphurst. He was the clerk at one time, and it's a wonderful chap for knowing the history of every family for miles around. And there's some of the farmers often come in for a glass, if you are not too proud for that sort of company." "Proud? Bless your heart! What is there to be proud about? Ain't I been working as a farmer for years and years with no one to talk to but my own hands? I mean my own men. No, that's just the thing to suit me. Anyhow, I think I will try the experiment. If at the end of a couple of years I don't like it, why, there is no harm done." "Well, I am sure we shall be all glad to have you here, Mr. Armstrong. We like getting some one from outside. It freshens our ideas up a bit and does us good. We are cheerful enough in summer with the artists that come here sketching, and with the gentlemen who sometimes come to fish. But the rest of the year I don't often have a stranger at the Carne's Arms." 2 days later Mr. Armstrong returned to Carnesford with a builder from Plymouth. The following day 5 or 6 workmen appeared, and in a fortnight a considerable transformation had been made in the cottage. A veranda was run round the front and 2 sides, some rustic woodwork appeared round the windows, and the interior of the house was transformed with fresh paper and paint. Nothing could be done in the way of roses and creepers, as these could not be moved at that time of the year, for it was now just midsummer. The day after the workmen went out, a wagon load of furniture, simple and substantial, arrived, and on the following day the coach brought down the new tenants. A girl had already been engaged in the village to act as a servant. Miss Armstrong was quietly and plainly dressed, and might, by her attire, be taken for the daughter of a small farmer, and the opinion in the village, as the newcomers walked through on their way to the cottage, was distinctly favourable. In a very short time Mr. Armstrong became quite a popular character in Carnesford, and soon was on speaking terms with most of the people. He won the mothers' hearts by patting the heads of the little girls and praising their looks. He had a habit of carrying sweets in his pockets and distributing them freely among the children, and he would lounge for hours at the smith's door, listening to the gossip that went on, for in Carnesford, as elsewhere, the forge was the recognized meeting place of those who had nothing to do. He was considered a wonderful acquisition by the frequenters of the snuggery at the Carnes Arms, and his stories of life at the Cape gave an added interest to their meetings. Hearing from Hiram Powlett that he had a wife and daughter, he asked him to get them as a matter of kindness to visit his daughter, and within a fortnight of his arrival he and Mary went to tea to the Mill. Several times the conversation in the snuggery turned upon the murder at the Hold. In no case did the newcomer lead up to it, but it cropped up as a subject which the people of Carnesford were never weary of discussing. He ventured no opinions and asked no questions upon the first few occasions when the subject was being discussed, but smoked his pipe in silence, listening to the conversation. "It seems strange to me," he said at last, "that you in this village should never have had a suspicion of any one except this Captain Mervyn. I understand that you, Mr. Claphurst, and you, Mr. Carey, have never thought of any one else, but Mr. Powlett, he always says he is sure it isn't him. But if it wasn't him, Mr. Powlett, who do you think it was?" "Ah, that is more than I can tell," Hiram replied. "I have thought, and I have thought, till my head went round, but I can't see who it can have been." "Miss Carne seems to have had no enemies?" "No, not one, not as I ever heard of. She was wonderful popular in the village, she was, and as for the squire, except about poaching, he never quarrelled with anyone." "Had he trouble with poachers then?" "Well, not often, but last year, before that affair, there was a bad lot about. They were from Dareport, that's 2 miles away, down at the mouth of the river, with 1 or 2 chaps from this village, so it was said. About a fortnight, it may be 3 weeks, before Miss Carne was killed. There was a fight up in the woods between them and the gamekeepers. One of the keepers got stabbed, but he didn't die until some time afterwards. But the jury brought it in wilful murder all the same. It didn't matter much what verdict they brought in, 'cause the man as the evidence went against had left the country. At least he hadn't been seen hereabouts." "And a good job too, Hiram, a good job too," Jacob Carey put in. "Yes," Hiram said, I admit it. It was a good job as he was gone. A good job for us all. He would never have done any good here anyway. And the best job as ever he did for himself, as I know of, was when he took himself off." There was a general chorus of assent. "What was the man's name?" Mr. Armstrong asked carelessly. "His name was George Forester," Jacob Carey said. As they were going out from the snuggery that evening, the landlord made a sign to Mr. Armstrong that he wanted to speak to him. He accordingly lingered until the other men had left. "Oh, I thought I would just tell you, Mr. Armstrong, seeing that your daughter and you have been to the mill. It's just as well not to talk about the poaching and George Forester before Ruth Powlett. You see, it's rather a sore subject with her. She was engaged to that George Forester, and a lot of trouble it gave her father and mother. Well, I expect she must have seen now that she had a lucky escape. Still, a girl don't like a man as she was liked being spoken against, so I thought that I would say a word to you." "Thank you, that's very friendly of you. Yes, you may be sure that I won't introduce the subject. I am very glad you told me, or I might have blundered upon it and hurt the girl's feelings. She doesn't look very strong either. She has a nervous look about her, I think. She used to be very different, but she had a great shock. She was the first, you know, to go into Miss Carne's room and find her dead. She was her maid before that, and she was ill for weeks after. It came on the top of an illness too. She fell down on the hill coming home from church, and they found her lying insensible there, and she was very bad. Had the doctor there every day. Then came this other affair, and I dare say this business of George Forester helped too. Anyhow, she was very bad, and the doctor thought at one time that she wouldn't get over it." Mr. Armstrong walked home thoughtfully. "Well, father, what is your news?" Mary Armstrong said as he entered. "I can see you have heard something more than usual." "Well, my dear, I don't know that it's anything, but at the same time it certainly is new, and gives us something to follow up. It seems that there was a fellow named George Forester living somewhere about here, and he was engaged to your friend, Ruth Powlett, but her father and mother disapproved of it highly. They said he was a bad lot. He got mixed up with a gang of poachers, and some little time before this murder, about 3 weeks before, they had a fight with Mr. Carne's keepers. One of the keepers was mortally wounded. It was said by this George Forester. The man lived for some time, but at last died of the wound, and the jury brought in a verdict of wilful murder against George Forester, who had been missing from the time of the fight." "Yes, father, but that seems no great clue." "Perhaps not, Mary, but it shows at least that there was one fellow about here who may be considered to have had a quarrel with the Carnes, and who was thoroughly bad character, and who, and this is of importance, was engaged with or without her parents' consent to Miss Carne's own maid." Mary gave a little gasp of excitement. "Now it seems further," her father went on, "that some time between this poaching affair and the murder, I could not inquire closely into dates, Ruth Powlett was found insensible on the road going up the hill, and was very ill for some days. She said she had had a fall, and of course she may have had, although it is not often young women fall down so heavily as to stun themselves, but it may of course have been something else." "What else, father?" "Well, it is possible she may have met this lover of hers, and that they may have had a quarrel. Probably she knew he had been engaged in this poaching affair, and may have told him that she would have nothing more to do with him, and he may have knocked her down. Of course, this is all mere supposition, but it is only by supposition that we can grope our way along. It seems she was well enough, anyhow, to go up to her place again at the Hold, for she was the first to discover the murder, and the shock was so great that she was ill for weeks. In fact, in great danger. They say she has been greatly changed ever since. I don't know whether anything can be made of that, my dear. I don't know. I don't see what, father, Mary said, after thinking for some time, unless she's fancying since that it was this man who did it. Of course, anyhow, it would be a fearful shock for a girl to find her mistress lying murdered, and perhaps it may be nothing more than that. No doubt it may be nothing more than that, Mary, but it's the other side of the case we have to look at. Let us piece the things together. Here we have 4 or 5 facts, all of which may tell. Here is a bad character in the village. That is one point. This man had a poaching affray with Mr. Carne's keepers. He killed, or at any rate the coroner's jury found that he killed, one of the keepers. He is engaged to Miss Carne's own maid. This maid is just after this poaching business found insensible in the wood, and tells rather an improbable story as to how it came about. She is the first to enter her mistress' room, and then she has a serious illness. Of course, any girl would be shocked and frightened and upset, but it is not so often that a serious illness would be the result. And lastly, she has been changed ever since. She has, as you remarked to me the other day, an absent, preoccupied sort of way about her. Taken altogether, these things certainly do amount to something. I think so too, father. I think so too, Mary Armstrong said, walking up and down the little room in her excitement. I do think there may be something in it, and you see, father, after this poaching business, the man wanted to get away, and he may have been in want of money, and so have thought of taking Miss Carne's watch and jewels to raise money to take him abroad. So he might, my dear. That is certainly a feasible explanation, but unfortunately, instead of taking them away, you see, he buried them. Yes, father, but he only just pushed them into the ground, the report said, because on reading through the old files of the newspapers the other day, I particularly noticed that. Well, father, you see, perhaps just as he was leaving the house, a dog may have barked or something may have given him a scare, and he may just have hidden them in the ground, intending to come for them the next day. And then, what with the excitement and the police here, and the search that was being made, he could get no opportunity of getting them up again, and being afraid of being arrested himself for his share in the poaching affray, he dared not hang about here any longer, but probably went down to Plymouth, and got on board ship there. Of course, all this is nothing more than supposition. Still, it really does not seem improbable, father. There is only one difficulty that I can see. Why should he have killed Miss Carne? Because the doctors say that she was certainly asleep? We cannot tell, dear. She may have moved a little. He may have thought that she would awake, and that he had better make sure. He was a desperate man, and there is no saying what a desperate man will do. Anyhow, Mary, this is a clue, and a distinct one, and we must follow it up. It may lead us wrong in the end, but we shall not be losing time by following it, for I shall keep my ears open, and may find some other and altogether different track. How had we better follow it? Mary asked after having sat silent for some minutes. This forester is gone, and we have no idea where. I think the only person likely to be able to help us is Ruth Powlett. Exactly so, my dear. And she would not be likely to speak. If she knows anything, she would have said it at the trial, had she not wished to shield this man, whom she may love in spite of his wickedness. Quite so, my dear, and besides, and he smiled, young women in love are not disposed to believe in their lovers' guilt. How can you say so, father? Mary said indignantly. You would not compare. No, no, Mary, I would not compare the two men, but I think you will admit that even had the evidence against Ronald Mervyn been 10 times as conclusive as it was, you would still have maintained his innocence against all the world. Of course I should, father. Quite so, my dear. That is what I am saying. However, if our supposition is correct in this case, the girl does believe him to be guilty, but she wishes to shield him, either because she loves him still or has loved him. It is astonishing how women will cling to men even when they know them to be villains. I think, dear, that the best way of proceeding will be for you to endeavour to find out from Ruth Powlett what she knows. Of course, it will be a gradual matter, and you can only do it when she has got to know and like you thoroughly. But, father, Mary said, hesitating, will it not be a treacherous thing for me to become friends with her for the purpose of gaining her secret? It depends on how you gain it, Mary. Certainly it would be so where you get it surreptitiously. That is not the way I should propose. If this girl has really any proof of anything like strong evidence that the murder was committed by this man Forester, she is acting wrongly and cruelly to another to allow the guilt to fall upon him. In time, when you get intimate with her, intimate enough to introduce the subject, your course would be to impress this upon her so strongly as to induce her to make an open confession. Of course, you would point out to her that this could now in no way injure the man who is her lover, as he has gone no one knows where, and will certainly never return to this country, as upon his appearance he would at once be arrested and tried on the charge of killing the gamekeeper. All this would be perfectly open and above board. Then, Mary, you could, if you deemed it expedient, own your own strong interest in the matter. There would be nothing treacherous in this, dear. You simply urge her to do an act of justice. Of course, it will be painful for her to do so, after concealing it so long. Still, I should think from the little I have seen of her that she is a conscientious girl, and is, I doubt not, already sorely troubled in her mind over the matter. Yes, father, I agree with you. There would be nothing treacherous in that. I have simply to try to get her to make a confession of anything she may know in the matter. I quite agree with you in all you have said about the man, but I do not see how Ruth Powlett can know anything for certain, whatever she may suspect, for it she was, as you say, dangerously ill for a long time after the murder. She cannot very well have seen the man, who would be sure to have quitted the country at once. I am afraid that is so, Mary. Still, we must hope for the best, and if she cannot give us absolute evidence herself, what she says may at least put us in the right track of obtaining it. Even if no legal evidence can be obtained, we might get enough clues, with what we have already, to convince the world that whereas hitherto there seemed no alternative open as to Mervyn's guilt, there was in fact another against whom there is at any rate a certain amount of proof, and whose character is as bad as that of Captain Mervyn is good. This would in itself be a great step. Mervyn has been acquitted, but as no one else is shown to have been connected with it in any way, people are compelled, in spite of his previous character, in spite of his acquittal, in spite, in fact, even of probability, to consider him guilty. Once shown that there is at least reasonable ground for suspicion against another, and the opinion at any rate of all who know Mervyn would at once veer round. Very well, father. Now you have done your part of the work by finding out the clue. I will do mine by following it up. Fortunately, Ruth Powlett is a very superior sort of girl to anyone in the village, and I can make friends with her heartily and without pretense. I should have found it very hard if she had been a rough sort of girl, but she expresses herself just as well as I do, and seems very gentle and nice. One can see that even that sharp voiced stepmother of hers is very fond of her, and she is the apple of the miller's eye. But you must not be impatient, father. Two girls can't become great friends all at once. I think on the whole, Miss Armstrong, her father said, you are quite as likely to become impatient as I am, seeing that it is your business much more than mine. Well, you may be sure I shall not lose more time than I can help, father. Mary Armstrong laughed. You don't know how joyous I feel tonight. I have always been hopeful, but it did seem so vague before. Now that we have got what we think to be a clue and can set to work at once, I feel ever so much nearer to see Ronald again. The consequence of this conversation was that Mary Armstrong went very frequently down to the mill, and induced Ruth Powlett sometimes to come up and sit with her. I am very glad, Mr. Armstrong, Hiram Powlett said, one evening when they happened to be the first two to arrive in the snuggery, that my Ruth seems to take to your daughter. It's a real comfort to Hesba and me. You would have thought that she would have taken to some of the girls she went to school with, but she hasn't. I suppose she is too quiet for them, and they are too noisy for her. Anyhow, until now she has never had a friend, and I think it will do her a world of good. It's bad for a girl to be alone, and especially a girl like Ruth. I don't mind telling you, Mr. Armstrong, that Hesba and I have an idea that she has got something on her mind. She has been so changed altogether since Miss Carne's murder. I might have thought that she had fretted about that scamp Forester going away, for at one time the girl was very fond of him. But before it happened she told me that she had found out he would never make her a good husband, and would break it off altogether with him. So you see, I don't think his going away had nothing to do with it. Once or twice I thought she was going to say something particular to me, but she has never said it, and she sits there and broods till it makes my heart ache to see her. Now she has got your daughter to be friends with, perhaps she may shake it off. I hope she may, Mr. Powlett. It's bad a thing for a girl to mope. I know Mary likes your daughter very much. Perhaps, if she has anything on her mind, she will tell Mary one of these days. You see, when girls get to be friends, they open their hearts to each other as they won't do to anyone else. I don't see what she can have on her mind, the miller said, shaking his head. It may only be a fancy of mine. Hesba and I have talked it over a score of times. Very likely it's nothing after all, Mr. Armstrong said. Girls get strange fancies into their heads and make mountains of molehills. It may be nothing after all. Still, perhaps she would be all the better for the telling of it." Hiram Powlett shook his head decidedly. "Ruth isn't a girl to have fancies. If she is fretting, she is fretting over something serious. I don't know why I am talking so to you, Mr. Armstrong, for I have never spoken to any one else about it. But your daughter seems to have taken so kindly to Ruth that it seems natural for me to speak to you." "I am glad you have done so, Mr. Powlett, and I hope that good may come from our talk." It was not until a fortnight after this chat that Mary had anything to communicate to her father, for she found that whenever she turned the conversation upon the topic of the murder of Miss Carne, Ruth evidently shrank so much from it that she was obliged to change the subject. "Today, father, I took the bull by the horns." Ruth had been sitting there for some time working without saying a word, when I asked her suddenly, as if it was what I had been thinking over while we were silent: "What is your opinion, Ruth? Do you think that Captain Mervyn really murdered his cousin?" She turned pale. She has never much colour, you know, but she went as white as a sheet, and then said: "I am quite sure that he did not do it, but I don't like talking about it." "No, of course not," I said. "I can quite understand that after the terrible shock you had. Still, it is awful to think that this Captain Mervyn should have been driven away from his home and made an outcast of if he is innocent." "It serves him right," Ruth said passionately. "How dare he insult and threaten my dear Miss Margaret? Nothing is too bad for him." "I can't quite agree with you there," I said. "No doubt he deserved to be punished, and he must have been punished by being tried for his cousin's murder. But to think of a man spending all his life branded unjustly with the crime of murder is something too terrible to think of. I dare say he's doing very well," she said after a pause. "Doing well," I said. "Doing well? What can you be thinking of, Ruth? What sort of doing well can there be for a man who knows that at any moment he may be recognized, that his story may be whispered about, and that his neighbors may shrink away from him, that his wife, if he ever marries, may come to believe that her husband is a murderer, that his children may bear the curse of Cain upon them? It is too terrible to think of. If Captain Mervyn is guilty, he ought to have been hung. If he is innocent, he is one of the most unfortunate men in the world." Ruth didn't say anything, but she was so terribly white that I thought she was going to faint. She tried to get up, but I could see she couldn't, and I ran and got her a glass of water. Her hand shook so that she could hardly hold it to her lips. After she drank some, she sat for a minute or two quiet. Then she murmured something about a sudden faintness, and that she would go home. I persuaded her to stay a few minutes longer. At last she got up. "I am subject to fainting fits," she said. "It is very silly, but I cannot help it. Yes, perhaps what you say about Captain Mervyn is right, but I never quite saw it so before. Good-bye." And then she went off, though I could see she was scarcely able to walk steadily. "Oh, father, I feel quite sure that she knows something, that she can prove that Ronald is innocent if she chooses, and I think that sooner or later she will choose. First of all, she was so decided in her assertion that Ronald was innocent. She did not say 'I think' or 'I believe'; she said 'I am quite sure.' She would never have said that unless she knew something quite positive. Then the way that she burst out that it served him right seems to me, and I have been thinking about it ever since she went away an hour ago, as if she had been trying to convince herself that it was right that he should suffer, and to soothe her own conscience for not saying what would prove him innocent. "It looks like it, Mary. It certainly looks like it. We are on the right trail, my girl, I am sure. That was a very heavy blow you struck her today, and she evidently felt it so. 2 or 3 more such blows, and the victory will be won. I have no doubt now that Ruth Powlett somehow holds the key of this strange mystery in her hand, and I think that what you have said to her today will go a long way towards inducing her to unlock it. Forester was the murderer of Miss Carne, I have not a shadow of doubt, though how she knows it for certain is more than I can even guess." End of chapter 16. Recording by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 17 of The Curse of Carne's Hold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Curse of Carne's Hold by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 17. Ruth Powlett Confesses. Upon the morning after the conversation with his daughter, Mr. Armstrong had just started on his way up the village when he met Hiram Powlett. "I was just coming to see you, Mr. Armstrong, if you can spare a minute." "I can spare an hour. I can spare the whole morning, Mr. Powlett. I have ceased to be a working bee, and my time is at your disposal." "Well, I thought I would just step over and speak to you," Hiram began in a slow, puzzled sort of a way. "You know what I was telling you the other day, about my girl?" "Yes, I remember very well." "You don't know, Mr. Armstrong, whether she has said anything to your daughter?" "No, at least not so far as I have heard of. Mary said that they were talking together, and something was said about Miss Carne's murder, that your daughter turned very pale, and that she thought she was going to faint." That's it, Hiram said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "That murder is at the bottom of it. Hesba thinks that it must be that any talk about it brings the scene back to her, but it does not seem to me that that accounts for it at all, and I would give a lot to know what is on the girl's mind. She came in yesterday afternoon as white as a sheet, and fainted right off at the door. I shouldn't think so much of that, because she has often fainted since her illness, but that wasn't all. When her mother got her round, she went upstairs to her room, and didn't come down again. There is not much in that, you would say. After a girl has fainted, she likes to lie quiet a bit. But she didn't lie quiet. We could hear her walking up and down the room for hours, and Hesba stole up several times to her door and said she was sobbing enough to break her heart. She is going about the house again this morning, but that white and still that it is cruel to look at her. So I thought after breakfast that I would put on my hat and come and have a talk with you, seeing that you were good enough to be interested in her. You will say it's a rum thing for a father to come and talk about his daughter to a man he hasn't known more than 2 months. I feel that myself, but there is no one in the village I should like to open my mind to about Ruth, and seeing that you are a father of a girl about the same age, and that I feel you are a true sort of a man, I come to you. It isn't as if I thought that my Ruth could have done anything wrong. If I did, I would cut my tongue out before I would speak a word. But I know my Ruth. She has always been a good girl, not one of your light sort, but earnest and steady. Whatever is wrong, it's not wrong with her. I believe she has got some secret or other that is just wearing her out, and if we can't get to the bottom of it, I don't believe Ruth will see Christmas." And Hiram Powlett wiped his eyes violently. "Believe me, I will do my best to find out if there is such a secret, Mr. Powlett. I feel sure from what I have seen of your daughter that if a wrong has been done of any kind, it is not by her. I agree with you that she has a secret, and that that secret is wearing her out. I may say that my daughter is of the same opinion. I believe that there is a struggle going on in her mind on the subject, and that if she is to have peace, and as you say, health, she must unburden her mind. However, Mr. Powlett, My advice in the matter is, leave her alone. Do not press her in any way. I think that what you said to me before is likely to be verified, and that if she unburdens herself it will be to Mary, and you may be sure, whatever is the nature of the secret, my daughter will keep it inviolate, unless it is Ruth's own wish that it should be told to others." "Ah, thank ye, Mr. Armstrong, thank ye kindly. I feel more hopeful now. I have been worrying and fretting over this for months, till I can scarce look after my work, and often catch myself going on drawing at my pipe when it's gone out and got cold, but I think it's coming on. I think that crying last night meant something, one way or the other. Well, we shall see, we shall see. I will be off back again to my work now. I feel all the better for having had this talk with you. Hesba's a good woman, and she is fond of the child, but she is what she calls practical. She looks at things hard and straight and sensible, and naturally she don't quite enter into my feelings about Ruth, though she is fond of her too. Well, good morning, Mr. Armstrong. You have done me good, and I do hope it will turn out as you say, and that we shall get to know what is Ruth's trouble." An hour later, Mary Armstrong went down to the mill to inquire after Ruth. She found her quiet and pale. "I'm glad you've come in, Miss Armstrong," Hesba said. "Our Ruth wants cheering up a bit. She had a faint yesterday when she got back from your place, and she is never fit for anything after that, except just to sit in her chair and look in the fire. I tell her she would be better if she would rouse herself." "Oh, but one cannot always rouse oneself, Mrs. Powlett," Mary said, "and I am sure Ruth does not look equal to talking now. However, she shall sit still, and I will tell her a story. I have never told you yet that I was once carried off by the Kaffirs, and that worse than death would have befallen me, and that I should have been afterwards tortured and killed, if I had not been rescued by a brave man." "Oh, lauk a mussy, Miss Armstrong! Why, you make my flesh creep at the thought of such a thing. And you say it all happened to you? Why, now, to look at you, I should have thought you could hardly have known what trouble meant. You always seem so bright and happy. That's what Ruth has said again and again." "You shall judge for yourself, Mrs. Powlett, if you can find time to sit down and listen, as well as Ruth." "Oh, I can find time for that," Hesba said, "though it isn't often as I sits down till the tea is cleared away and Hiram has lit his pipe." Mary sat down facing the fire, with Ruth in an armchair on one side of her, and Mrs. Powlett stiff and upright on a hard settle on the other. Then she began to tell the story, first saying a few words to let her hearers know of the fate of women who fell into the hands of the Kaffirs. Then she began with the story of her journey down from King Williamstown, the sudden attack by natives, and how, after seeing her father fall, she was carried off. Then she told what she had never told before, of the hideous tortures of the other two women, part of which she was compelled to witness, and how she was told that she was to be preserved as a present to Macomo. Then she described the dreary journey. "I had only one hope," she said, "and it was so faint that it could not be called a hope, but there was one man in the colony who somehow I felt sure would, if he knew of my danger, try to rescue me. He had once before come to our aid when our house was attacked by Kaffirs, and in a few minutes our fate would have been sealed had he not arrived. But for aught I knew he was 100 miles away, and what could he do against the 300 natives who were with me? Still, I had a little ray of hope, the faintest, tiniest ray, until we entered the Amatolas. They are strong, steep hills, covered with forest and bush, and are the stronghold of the Kaffirs, and I knew that there were about 20,000 natives gathered there. Then I hoped no longer. I felt that my fate was sealed, and my only wish and my only longing was to obtain a knife or a spear and to kill myself." Then Mary described the journey through the forest to the kraal, the long hours she had sat waiting for her fate, with every movement watched by the Kaffir women, and her sensations when she heard the message in English. Then she described her rescue from the kraal, her flight through the woods, her concealment in the cave, her escape from the Amatolas, the ride with the trooper holding her on his saddle, and the final dash through the Kaffirs. Her hearers had thrown in many interjections of horror and pity, loud on the part of Hesba, mere murmurs on that of Ruth, who had taken Mary's hand in hers, but the sympathetic pressure told more than words. "And you shot 4 of them, Miss Armstrong!" Hesba ejaculated, in wide-eyed astonishment. "To think that a young girl like you should have the death of 4 men on her hands! Oh, I don't say as it's unchristian, because Christians are not forbidden to fight for their lives, but oh, it does seem downright awful." "It has never troubled me for a single moment," Mary said. "They tried to kill me, and I killed them. That is the light I saw it in, and so would you if you had been living in the colony." "But you have not finished your story," Ruth said earnestly. "Surely that is not the end of it." "No. My father recovered from his wound, and so did the soldier who saved me, and as soon as my father was able to travel, he and I went down to the coast and came home." "That cannot be all," Ruth whispered. "There must be something more to tell, Mary." "I will tell you another time, Ruth," Mary said in equally low tones, and then rising, put on her hat again, said good-bye, and went out. "Did you ever, Ruth?" Hesba Powlett exclaimed as the door closed. "I never did hear such a story in all my life, and to think of her shooting 4 men! Oh, it quite made my flesh creep. Didn't it yours?"
"Well, there were other parts of the story that made my flesh creep a great deal more, Mother."
"Oh, yes, it was terrible. And she didn't say a single word in praise of what the soldier had done for her. Now that seems to me downright ungrateful, and not at all what I should have thought of Miss Armstrong."
"I suppose she thought, Mother, that there was no occasion to express her opinion of his bravery, or to mention her gratitude. The whole story seemed to me a cry of praise and a hymn of gratitude."
"Oh, Ruth, what fancies you do take in your head, to be sure! I never did hear such expressions."
2 days passed without Ruth going up to the Armstrongs'. On the 3rd day Mary went down again. "Well, Ruth, as you have not been to see me, I have come to see you again." "I was coming up this afternoon. If you don't mind, I will go back with you now, instead of your staying here. We are quieter there, you know. Somehow one cannot think or talk when people come in and out of the room every 2 or 3 minutes." "Oh, I quite agree with you, Ruth, and if you don't mind my saying so, I would very much rather have you all to myself." The 2 girls accordingly went back to the cottage. Mary, who was rather an industrious needlewoman, brought out a basket of work. Ruth, who for a long time had scarcely taken up a needle, sat with her hands before her. When 2 people intend to have a serious conversation with each other, they generally steer wide of the subject at first, and the present was no exception. "I think it would be better for you, Ruth, to occupy yourself with work a little, as I do." "I used to be fond of work," Ruth replied, "but I don't seem to be able to give my attention to it now. I begin, and before I have done 20 stitches, somehow or other my thoughts seem to go away, and by the end of the morning the first 20 stitches are all I have done." "Oh, but you oughtn't to think so much, Ruth. It is bad for anyone to always be thinking." "Yes, but I can't help it. I have so much to think about, and it gets worse instead of better. Now, after what you said to me the other night, I don't know what to do. It seemed right before. I did not think I was doing much harm in keeping silence. Now I see I have been oh so wrong." And she twined her fingers in and out as if suffering bodily pain. "My poor Ruth," Mary said, coming over to her and kneeling down by her side, "I think I know what is troubling you." The girl shook her head. "Yes, dear, I am almost sure you have known something all along that would have proved Captain Mervyn was innocent, and you have not said it." Ruth Powlett did not speak for a minute or 2, and then she said slowly, "I do not know how you have guessed it, Mary. No one else even seems to have thought of it. But yes, that is it, and I do so want someone to advise me what to do. I see now I have been very wicked. For a long time I have been fighting against myself. I have tried so hard to persuade myself that I had not done much harm, because Captain Mervyn was acquitted. I have really known that I was wrong, but I never thought how wrong until you spoke to me." "Wait, Ruth," Mary said. "Before you tell me your secret, I must tell you mine. It would not be fair for you to tell me without knowing that. You remember the story I was telling you, about my being carried off?" A fresh interest came into Ruth's face. "Yes," she said,
and you promised you would tell me the rest another time. I thought you meant, of course, you would tell me that when this war out there is over, you would some day marry the soldier who has done so much for you." "I was going to tell you, Ruth, why I am not going to marry him." "Oh, I thought you would be sure to," Ruth said in a tone of deep disappointment. "It seemed to me that it was sure to be so. I thought a man would never have risked so much for a woman unless he loved her." "He did love me, Ruth, and I loved him. I don't think I made any secret of it. Somehow it seemed to me that he had a right to me, and I was surprised when the time went on and he didn't ask me. When the last day came before he was to march away to fight again, I think that if he had not spoken, I should have done so. Oh, don't think me unmaidenly, Ruth, but he was only a sergeant, and I was a rich girl, for my father is a great deal better off than he seems to be, and I thought that perhaps some foolish sort of pride held him back, for I was quite sure that he loved me. But he spoke first. He told me that he loved me, but he could never ask me to be his wife, that he could never marry, but he must go through the world alone to the end of his life." "Oh, Mary, how terrible!" Ruth said pitifully. "How terrible! Was he married before, then?" "No, Ruth. It was worse than that. There was a great shadow over his life. He had been tried for murder, and though he had been acquitted, the stigma was still upon him. Go where he would, he might be recognized and pointed out as a murderer. Therefore, unless the truth was some day known and his name cleared, no woman could ever be his wife." Ruth had given a little gasp as Mary Armstrong began. Then she sat rigid and immovable. "It was Captain Mervyn," she said at last in a low whisper. "Yes, Ruth, Sergeant Blunt was Captain Mervyn. He had changed his name and gone out there to hide himself, but even there he had already been recognized, and as he said, for I pleaded hard, Ruth, to be allowed to share his exile, go where he would, bury himself in what out-of-the-way corner he might, sooner or later someone would know him, and this story would rise up against him, and much as he loved me, all the more perhaps because he loved me so much, he would never suffer me to be pointed at as the wife of a murderer." "You shall not be," Ruth said, more firmly than she had before spoken. "You shall not be, Mary. I can clear him, and I will." It was Mary Armstrong's turn to break down now. The goal had been reached. Ronald Mervyn would be cleared, and she threw her arms around Ruth and burst into a passion of tears. It was some time before the girls were sufficiently composed to renew their conversation. "First of all, I must tell you, Mary," Ruth began, "that you may not think me more wicked than I am, that I would never have let Captain Mervyn suffer the penalty of another's crime. Against the wish, almost in the face of the orders of the doctor, I remained in court all through the trial, holding in my hand the proof of Captain Mervyn's innocence, and had the verdict been guilty, I was ready to rush forward and prove that he was innocent. I do not think that all that you suffered when you were in the hands of the Kaffirs was worse than I suffered then. I saw before me the uproar in court, the eyes that would all be fixed upon me, the way that the judge and the counsel would blame me for having so long kept silence, the reproach that I should meet with when I returned home, the shame of my dear old father, the way in which every soul in the village would turn against me. But I would have dared it all rather than that one man should suffer for the sin of another. And now, having told you this first, so that you should not think too hardly of me, I will tell you all." Then Ruth told her of her girlish love for George Forester, how she had clung to him through evil report, and in spite of the wishes of her father and mother, but how at last the incident of the affray with the gamekeepers had opened her eyes to the fact that he was altogether reckless and wild, and that she could never trust her happiness to him. She told how Margaret Carne had spoken to her about it, and how she had promised she would give him up. Then she told of that meeting on the road on the way to church, his passionate anger against herself, the threats he had uttered against Miss Carne for her interference, and the way in which he had assaulted her. "I firmly believe," Ruth said, "he would have murdered me had he not heard people coming along the road." Then she told how she found the open knife stained with blood at Margaret Carne's bedside, and how she had hidden it. "I did not do it because I loved him still, Mary," she said. "My love seemed to have been killed. I had given him up before, and the attack he had made upon me had shown me clearly how violent he was, and what an escape I had had. but I had loved him as a boy, and it was the remembrance of my girlish love, and not any love I then had, that sealed my lips. But even this would not have silenced me, I think, had it not been for the sake of his father. The old man had always been very, very kind to me, and the disgrace of his son being found guilty of this crime would have killed him. I can say honestly it was this that chiefly influenced me in deciding to shield him. As to Captain Mervyn, I was, as I told you, determined that though I would keep silent if he were acquitted, I would save him if he were found guilty. I never thought for a moment that acquittal would not clear him. It seemed to me that the trouble that had fallen on him was thoroughly deserved for the way in which he had spoken to Miss Carne, but I thought when he was acquitted he would take his place in his regiment again, and be none the worse for what had happened. It was only when I found out that he had left the regiment, and when Mrs. Mervyn and her daughters shut up the house and went to live far away, that I began to trouble much. I saw now how wicked I had been, though I would never quite own it even to myself. I would have told then, but I did not know who to tell it to, or what good it could do if told. Mr. Forester was dead now, and the truth could not hurt him. George Forester had gone away, and would never come back. You know they found a verdict of wilful murder against him for killing the keeper. Somehow it seemed too late either to do good or harm. Every one had gone. Why should I say anything, and bring grief and trouble on my father and mother, and make the whole valley despise me? It has been dreadful, she said wanly. You cannot tell how dreadful. Ever since you came here and tried to make a friend of me, I have been fighting a battle with myself. It was not right that you should like me, and it was not right that anyone should like me. And I felt at last that I must tell you, you first, and then everyone. Now, after what you have told me, it will not be so hard. Of course I shall suffer, and my father will suffer, but it will do good, and make you and Captain Mervyn happy for the truth to be known, and so I shall be able to brave it all much better than I should otherwise have done. Who shall I go to first? I cannot tell you, Ruth. I must speak to my father, and he will think it over, and perhaps he will write and ask Ronald how he would like it done. There is no great hurry, for he cannot come home anyhow till the war is finished, and it may last for months yet. I am ready to go anywhere and to tell anyone when you like, Ruth said. Oh, do not look so pitiful, Mary. I am sure I shall be much happier, whatever happens, even if they put me in prison, now that I have made up my mind to do what is right. Oh, there is no fear of that, I think, Ruth. They never asked you whether you had found anything, and though you certainly hid the truth, you did not absolutely give false evidence. It was all wrong and wicked, Ruth said, and it will be quite right if they punish me, but that would be nothing to what I have suffered lately. I should feel happier in prison with this weight off my mind. But can you forgive me, Mary? Can you forgive me causing such misery to Captain Mervyn, and such unhappiness to you? Oh, you need not be afraid about that, Mary said, laying her hand assuringly on Ruth's shoulder. Why, child, you have been a benefactor to us both. If you had told all about it at first, Ronald would never have gone out to the Cape. Father and I would have been killed in the first attack, and if we had not been, I should have been tortured to death in the Amatolas, and last of all, we should never have seen and loved each other. Oh, whatever troubles you may have to bear, do not reckon Ronald's displeasure and mine among them. I shall have cause to thank you all the days of my life, and I hope Ronald will have cause to do so too. Kiss me, Ruth. You have made me the happiest woman in the world, and I would give a great deal to be able to set this right without your having to put yourself forward in it. Ruth was crying now, but they were not tears of unhappiness. They talked for some time longer, sitting hand in hand, and then, as Mr. Armstrong's step was heard coming up to the cottage, Ruth seized her hat and shawl. "I dare not see him," she said. "He may not look at it as you do." "Well, yes, he will," Mary said. "You don't know my father. He is one of the tenderest-hearted of men." But Ruth darted out just as the door opened. "What is it?" Mr. Armstrong asked in surprise. "Ruth Powlett nearly knocked me down in the passage, and rushed off without even the ordinary decency of apologizing." "Ruth has told me everything, father. We can clear Ronald Mervyn as soon as we like." And Mary Armstrong threw her arms around her father's neck. "I thank God for that, Mary. I felt it would come sooner or later, but I had hardly hoped that it would come so soon. I am thankful indeed, my child. How did it all come about?" Mary repeated the story Ruth Powlett told her. "Yes, there's no doubt about it this time," her father said. "As you say, there could be no mistake about the knife, because she had given it to him herself, and it had his initials engraved upon it at Plymouth. I don't think any reasonable man could have a doubt that the scoundrel did it. And now, my dear, what is to be done next?"
"Ah, that is for you to decide. I think Ronald ought to be consulted."
"Oh, you think that?" Mr. Armstrong said quickly. "You think he knows a great deal better what ought to be done than I do?"
"No, I don't exactly mean that, father. But I think one would like to know how he would wish it to be done before we do anything. There is no particular hurry, you know, when he once knows that it is all going to be set right."
"No, beyond the fact that he would naturally like to get rid of this thing hanging over him as soon as he can. Now, my idea is that the girl ought to go at once to a magistrate and make an affidavit, and hand over this knife to him. I don't know how the matter is to be reopened, because Ronald Mervyn has been acquitted, and the other man is goodness knows where."
"Well, father, there will be time enough to think over it. But I do think we had better tell Ronald first."
"Very well, my dear. As you generally have your own way, I suppose we shall finally settle on that, whether we agree now or 3 days hence. By the way, I have got a letter in my pocket for you from him. The Cape mail touched at Plymouth yesterday."
"Why did you not tell me of it before, father?" the girl said reproachfully.
"Well, my dear, your news is so infinitely more important that I own I forgot all about the letter. Besides, as this is the 4th that you have had since you have been here, it is not of such extreme importance."
But Mary was reading the letter and paid no attention to what her father was saying. Presently she gave a sudden exclamation.
"What is it, my dear? Has he changed his mind and married a Kaffir woman? If so, we need not trouble any more about the affair."
"No, papa, it is serious, quite serious."
"Well, my dear, that would be serious. At least I should have thought you would consider it so."
"No, father, but really this is extraordinary. What do you think he says?"
"It is of no use my thinking about it, Mary," Mr. Armstrong said resignedly, "especially as I suppose you are going to tell me. I have made one suggestion, and it seems that is incorrect."
"This is what he says, father. You know that I told you a trooper in my company recognized me. I fancied I knew the man's face, but could not recall where I had seen it. The other day it suddenly flashed upon me. He is the son of a little farmer upon my cousin's estate, a man by the name of Forrester. I often saw him when he was a young fellow, for I was fond of fishing, and I can remember him as a boy who was generally fishing down in the mill stream. I fancy he rather went to grief afterwards, and have some idea he was mixed up in a poaching business in the Carne woods. So I think he must have left the country about that time. Curious, isn't it, his running against me here? However, it cannot be helped. I suppose it will all come out, sooner or later, for he has been in the guard-room several times for drunkenness, and one of these times he will be sure to blurt it out." "Isn't that extraordinary, father?"
"It is certainly an extraordinary coincidence, Mary, that these two men, the murderer of Miss Carne and the man who has suffered for that murder, should be out there together. This complicates matters a good deal."
"It does, father. There can be no doubt of what is to be done now."
"Well, now I quite come around on your side, Mary. Nothing should be done until Mervyn knows all about it, and can let us know what his views are. I should not think that he could have this man arrested out there merely on his unsupported accusation, and I should imagine that he will want an official copy of Ruth Powlett's affidavit, and perhaps a warrant sent out from England before he can get him arrested. Anyhow, we must go cautiously to work. When Ruth Powlett speaks, it will make a great stir here, and this Forrester may have some correspondent here who would write and tell him what has happened, and then he might make a bolt of it before Ronald can get the law at work and lay hold of him."
"I should rather hope, for Ruth's sake, that he would do so, father. She is ready to make her confession and to bear all the talk it will make and the blame that will fall upon her, but it would be a great trial to her to have the man she once loved brought over and hung upon her evidence."
"So it would, Mary, so it would. But, on the other hand, it can be only by his trial and execution that Mervyn's innocence can be absolutely proved to the satisfaction of everyone. It is a grave question altogether, Mary, and at any rate we will wait. Tell Mervyn he has all the facts before him, and must decide what is to be done. Besides, my dear, I think it will be only fair that Ruth should know that we are in a position to lay hands on this Forrester before she makes the confession."
"I think so too, father. Yes, she certainly ought to be told.
but I am sure that now that she has made up her mind to confess, she will not draw back. Still, of course, it would be very painful for her. We need not tell her at present. I will write a long letter to Ronald and tell him all the ins and outs of it, and then we can wait quietly until we hear from him." "You need not have said that you will write a long letter, Mary," Mr. Armstrong said dryly, "considering that each time the mail has gone out I have seen nothing of you for 24 hours previously, and that I have reason to believe that an extra mail cart has had each time to be put on to carry the correspondence." "It's all very well to laugh, father," Mary said, a little indignantly, "but you know that he is having fights almost every day with the Kaffirs, and only has our letters to look forward to, telling him how we are getting on, and— "And how we love him, Mary, and how we dream of him, etc., etc.?" Mary laughed. "Never mind what I put in my letters, father, as long as he is satisfied with them." "I don't, my dear. My only fear is that he will come back wearing spectacles, for I should say that it would ruin any human eyes to have to wade through the reams of feminine handwriting you send to him. If he is the sensible fellow I give him credit for, he only reads the first 3 words, which are, I suppose, 'My darling Ronald,' and the last 4, which I also suppose are, 'Your ever-loving Mary.'" The color flooded Mary Armstrong's cheeks. "You have no right even to guess at my letters, father, and I have no doubt that whether they are long or short, he reads them through a dozen times." Poor fellow," Mr. Armstrong said pityingly. "Nevertheless, my dear, important as all these matters are, I do not know why I should be compelled to fast. I came in an hour ago, expecting to find tea ready, and there are no signs of it visible. I shall have to follow the example of the villagers when their wives fail to get their meals ready, and go down to the Carne's Arms for it." "You shall have it in 5 minutes, father," Mary Armstrong said, running out. "Men are so dreadfully material that whatever happens their appetite must be attended to just as usual." And so 3 days afterwards a full account of all that Ruth Powlett had said, and of the circumstances of the case, was dispatched to Sergeant Blunt, Cape Mounted Rifles, Kaffirland. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The Curse of Carne's Hold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Curse of Carne's Hold by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 18. George Forester's Death. Ronald Mervyn led so active a life for some months after the departure of Mr. Armstrong and his daughter that he had little time to spend in thought, and it was only by seizing odd minutes between intervals of work that he could manage to send home a budget at all proportionate in size to that which he regularly received. When the courier came up with the English mails, there had been stern fighting, for although the British force was raised by the arrival of reinforcements from India and England to over 5,000 men, with several batteries of artillery, it was with the greatest difficulty that it gradually won its way into the Kaffir stronghold. Several times the troops were so hardly pressed by the enemy that they could scarcely claim a victory, and a large number of officers and men fell. The Cape Mounted Rifles formed part of every expedition into the Amatolas, and had their full share of fighting. Ronald had several times distinguished himself, especially in the fight in the Waterkloof Valley, when Colonel Fordyce of the 74th, and Carey and Gordon, 2 officers of the same regiment, were killed, together with several of their men, while attacking the enemy in the bush. He was aware now that his secret was known to the men. He had fancied that searching and inquisitive glances were directed towards him, and that there was a change in the demeanour of certain men of his troop, these being without exception the idlest and worst soldiers. It was Sergeant Menzies who first spoke to him on the subject. It was after a hard day's march when, having picketed their horses and eaten their hastily cooked rations, the 2 non-commissioned officers lit their pipes and sat down together at a short distance from the fire. "I have been wanting to speak to you, lad, for the last day or 2. There is a story gaining ground through the troop that, whether it is true or whether it is false, you ought to know." "I guessed as much, Menzies," Ronald said. I think I know what the story is, and who is the man who has spread it. It is that I bore another name in England." "Yes, that's partly it, lad. I hear that you are rightly Captain Mervyn." "Yes, that's it, Menzies, and that I was tried and acquitted for murder in England." "That's the story, my lad. Of course it makes no difference to us who you are, or what they say you have done. We who know you would not believe you to have committed a murder, much less the murder of a woman, if all the juries in the world had said you had. Still, I thought I would let you know that the story is going about, so that you might not be taken aback if you heard it suddenly. Of course, it's no disgrace to be tried for murder if you are found innocent. It only shows that some fools have made a mistake and been proved to be wrong. Still, as it has been talked about, you ought to know it. There is a lot of feeling in the regiment about it now, and the fellow who told the story has had a rough time of it, and there's many a one would put a bullet into him if he had the chance. What they say is, whether you are Captain Mervyn or not is nothing to anybody but yourself. If you were tried and acquitted for this affair, it ought to have dropped and nothing more been said about it. And they hold that, anyhow, a man belonging to the corps ought to have held his tongue about anything he knew against another who is such a credit to us." "The man might have held his tongue, perhaps," Ronald said quietly, "but I never expected that he would do so. The fellow comes from my neighbourhood, and bore a bad character. A man who has shot a gamekeeper would be pretty sure to tell anything he knew to the disadvantage of anyone of superior rank to himself. Well, sergeant, you can only tell anyone who asks you about it that you have questioned me, and that I admitted at once that the story was true, that I was Captain Mervyn, and that I was tried for murder and acquitted. Some day I hope my innocence may be more thoroughly proved than it was on the day I was acquitted. I dare say he has told the whole of the facts, and I admit them freely." "Well, lad, I am glad you have spoken. Of course it will make no difference, except perhaps to a few men who will be better out of the corps than in it, and they know too well what the temper of the men is to venture to show it. I can understand now why you didn't take a commission. I have often wondered over it, for it seemed to me that it was just the thing you would have liked. But I see that till this thing was cleared up, you naturally wouldn't like it. Well, I am heartily sorry for the business, if you don't mind my saying so. I have always been sure you were an officer before you joined us, and wondered how it was that you left the army. You must have had a sore time of it. I am sorry for you from my heart." Ronald sat quiet for some time, thinking, after Sergeant Menzies left him, then rose and walked towards the fire where the officers were sitting. "Can I speak with you a few minutes, Captain Twentyman?" he said. The officer at once rose. "Anything wrong in the troop, sergeant?" "No, sir. There is nothing the matter with the troop. It is some business of my own. May I ask you if you have heard anything about me, Captain Twentyman?" "Heard anything? In what way do you mean, sergeant?" "Well, sir, as to my private history." "No," the officer said, somewhat puzzled. "Well, sir, the thing has got about among the men. There is one of them knew me at home, and he has told the others. Now that it is known to the men, sooner or later it will be known to the officers, and therefore I thought it better to come and tell you myself, as captain of my troop." "It can be nothing discreditable, I am quite sure, sergeant," the officer said kindly. "Well, sir, it is discreditable. That is to say, I lie under a heavy charge, from which I am unable to clear myself. I have been tried for it, and found not guilty, but I am sure that if I had been before a Scotch jury the verdict would have been not proven, and I left the court acquitted indeed, but a disgraced and ruined man." "What was the charge?" "The charge was murder," Ronald said quietly. Captain Twentyman started, but replied, "Ridiculous! No one who knew you would have thought you guilty for a moment." "I think that none who knew me intimately believed in my guilt, but I am sure that most people who did not so know me believed me guilty. I dare say you saw the case in the papers. My real name, Captain Twentyman, is Ronald Mervyn, and I was captain in the Borderers. I was tried for the murder of my cousin, Margaret Carne." "Good heavens! Is it possible?" Captain Twentyman exclaimed. "Of course I remember the case perfectly. We saw it in the English papers somewhere about a year ago. and it was a general matter of conversation, owing, of course, to your being in the army. I didn't know what to think of it then, but now I know you, the idea of your murdering a woman seems perfectly ridiculous. Well, is there anything you would wish me to do?" "No, sir. I only thought you ought to be told. I leave it with you to mention it to others or not. Perhaps you will think it best to say nothing until the story gets about. Then you can say you are aware of it." "Yes, I think that would be best," Captain Twentyman said, after thinking it over. "I remember that I thought when I read the account of the trial that you were either one of the most lucky or one of the most unfortunate men in the world. I see now that it was the latter." A few days later, an hour or two before the column was about to march, a flag hoisted at the post office tent told the camp that the mail had arrived, and orderlies from each corps at once hurried there. As they brought the bags out they were emptied on the ground. Some of the sergeants set to work to sort the letters, while officers stood around and picked out their own as they lay on the grass. "Here, Blunt, here's one for you," Sergeant Menzies said, when Ronald came up. Ronald took the letter, and sauntering away a short distance, threw himself on the ground and opened it. After reading the first line or two, he leaped to his feet again, and took a few steps up and down, with his breath coming fast, and his hands twitching. Then he stood suddenly still, took off his cap, bent his head, put his hand over his eyes, and stood for a few minutes without moving. When he put his cap on again, his face was wet with tears. His hands were trembling, so that when he took the letter again he could scarce read it. A sudden exclamation broke from him as he came upon the name of Forester. The letter was so long that the trumpets were sounding by the time he had finished. He folded it and put it in his tunic, and then strode back with head erect to the spot where the men of his troop were saddling their horses. As he passed on among them a sudden impulse seized him, and he stopped before one of the men and touched him on the shoulder. "You villain," he said, "you have been accusing me of murder. You are a murderer yourself." The man's face paled suddenly. "I know you, George Forester," Ronald went on, "and I know that you are guilty. You have to thank the woman who once loved you that I do not at once hand you over to the Provost Marshal to be sent to England for trial, but for her sake I will let you escape. Make a confession and sign it, and then go your way where you will, and no search shall be made for you. If you do not, tomorrow you shall be in the hands of the police." "There is no evidence against me more than against any other," the man said sullenly. "No evidence, you villain?" Ronald said. "Your knife, the knife with your initials on it, covered with blood, was found by the body." The man staggered as if struck. "I knew I had lost it," he said, as if to himself, "but I didn't know I dropped it there." At this moment the bugle sounded. "I will give you until tomorrow morning to think about it," and Ronald ran off to mount his horse, which he had saddled before going for his letter. Sergeant Menzies caught sight of his comrade's face as he sprang into the saddle. "Eh, man," he said, "what's come to you? You have good news, haven't you, of some kind? Your face is transfigured, man." "The best," Ronald said, holding out his hand to his comrade. "I am proved to be innocent." Menzies gave him a firm grip of the hand, and then each took his place in the ranks. There was desperate fighting that day with the Kaffirs. The Cape Mounted Rifles, while scouting ahead of the infantry in the bush, were suddenly attacked by an immense body of Kaffirs. Muskets cracked and assegais flew in showers. Several of the men dropped, and discharging their rifles the troopers fell back towards the infantry. As they retreated, Ronald looked back. One of the men of his troop, whose horse had been shot under him, had been overtaken by the enemy, and was surrounded by a score of Kaffirs. His cap was off, and Ronald caught sight of his face. He gave a shout, and in an instant had turned his horse and dashed towards the group. "Come back, man, come back!" Captain Twentyman shouted. "It's madness." But Ronald did not hear him. The man whose confession could alone absolutely clear him was in the hands of the Kaffirs, and must be saved at any cost. A moment later he was in the midst of the natives, emptying his revolvers among them. Forester had sunk on one knee as Ronald, having emptied one of his revolvers, hurled it in the face of a Kaffir. Leaning over, he caught Forester by the collar, and, with a mighty effort, lifted and threw him across the saddle in front of him. Then, bending over him, he spurred his horse through the natives. Just at this moment Captain Twentyman and a score of the men rode up at full speed, drove the Kaffirs back for an instant, and enabled Ronald to rejoin his lines. 3 assegais had struck him, and he reeled in the saddle as, amidst the cheers of his companions, he rode up. "One of you take the wounded man in front of you," Lieutenant Daniels said, "and carry him to the rear. Thompson, do you jump up behind Sergeant Blunt and support him. There is no time to be lost. Quick, man, these fellows are coming on like the Furies." The exchange was made in half a minute. One of the men took George Forester before him. Another sprang up behind Ronald and held him in his saddle with one hand, while he took the reins in the other. Then they rode fast to the rear, just as the leading battalion of infantry came up at a run and opened fire on the Kaffirs, who, with wild yells, were pressing on the rear of the cavalry. When Ronald recovered his senses he was lying in the ambulance wagon, and the surgeon was dressing his wounds. "That's right, Sergeant," he said cheeringly. "I think you will do. You have 3 nasty wounds, but by good luck I don't think any of them are vital." "How is Forester?" Ronald asked. "Forester?" the surgeon repeated in surprise. "Whom do you mean, Blunt?" "I mean Jim Smith, sir. His real name was Forester." "There is nothing to be done for him," the surgeon said. "Nothing can save him. He is riddled with spears." "Is he conscious?" Ronald asked. "No, not at present." "Will he become conscious before he dies, sir?" "I don't know," the surgeon replied, somewhat puzzled at Ronald's question. "He may be, but I cannot say." "It is everything to me, sir," Ronald said. "I have been accused of a great crime of which he is the author. He can clear me if he will. All my future life depends upon his speaking." "Then I hope he may be able to speak, Blunt, but at present I can't say whether he will recover consciousness or not. He is in the wagon here, and I will let you know directly if there is any change." Ronald lay quiet, listening to the firing that gradually became more distant, showing that the infantry were driving the Kaffirs back into the bush. Wounded men were brought in fast, and the surgeon and his assistant were fully occupied. The wagon was halted now, and at Ronald's request the stretchers upon which he and Forester were lying were taken out and laid on the grass under the shade of a tree. Towards evening, the surgeon, having finished his pressing work, came to them. He felt George Forester's pulse. "He is sinking fast," he said, in reply to Ronald's anxious look, "but I will see what I can do." He poured some brandy between George Forester's lips, and held a bottle of ammonia to his nose. Presently there was a deep sigh, and then Forester opened his eyes. For a minute he looked round vaguely, and then his eye fell upon Ronald. "So you got me out of the hands of the Kaffirs, Captain Mervyn," he said in a faint voice. "I caught sight of you among them as I went down. I know they have done for me, but I would rather be buried whole than hacked into pieces." "I did my best for you, Forester," Mervyn said. "I am sorry I was not up a minute sooner. Now, Forester, you see I have been hit pretty hard too. Will you do one thing for me? I want you to confess about what I was speaking to you. It will make all the difference to other people." "I may as well tell the truth as not," Forester said, "though I don't see how it makes much difference." "Doctor," Ronald said, "could you kindly send and ask Captain Twentyman and Lieutenant Daniels to come here at once? I want them to hear." George Forester's eyes were closed, and he was breathing faintly when the 2 officers, who had ridden up a few minutes before with their corps, came up to the spot. The surgeon again gave the wounded man some strong cordial. "Will you write down what he says?" Ronald asked Captain Twentyman. The latter took out a notebook and pencil. "I make this confession," Forester said faintly, "at the request of Captain Mervyn, who risked his life in getting me out from among the Kaffirs. My real name is George Forester, and at home I live near Carnesford in Devonshire. I was one night poaching in Mr. Carne's woods with some men from Dareport, when we came upon the keepers. There was a fight. One of the keepers knocked my gun out of my hand, and as he raised his stick to knock me on the head, I whipped out my knife, opened it, and stuck it into him. I didn't mean to kill him. It was just done in a moment, but he died from it. We ran away. Afterwards I found that I had lost my knife. I suppose I dropped it. That's all I have to say." "Not all, Forester, not all," said Ronald, who had listened with impatience to the slowly uttered words of the wounded man. "Not all. It isn't that, but about the murder of Miss Carne, I want you to tell." "The murder of Miss Carne," George Forester repeated slowly. "I know nothing about that. She made Ruth break it off with me, and I nearly killed Ruth, and I would have killed her if I had had the chance, but I never had. I was glad when I heard she was killed, but I don't know who did it." "But your knife was found by her body," Ronald said. "You must have done it, Forester." "Murdered Miss Carne?" the man said, half raising himself on his elbow in surprise. "Never! I swear I had nothing to do with it." A rush of blood poured from his mouth, for one of the spears had pierced his lung, and a moment later George Forester fell back dead. The disappointment and revulsion of feeling were too great for Ronald Mervyn, and he fainted. When he recovered, the surgeon was leaning over him. "You mustn't talk, lad. You must keep yourself quite quiet, or we shall have fever setting in, and all sorts of trouble." Ronald closed his eyes and lay back quietly. How could this be? He thought of Mary Armstrong's letter, of the chain of proofs that had accumulated against George Forester. They seemed absolutely convincing, and yet there was no doubting the ring of truth in the last words of the dying man. His surprise at the accusation was genuine, his assertion of his innocence absolutely convincing. He had no motive for lying. He was dying, and he knew it. Besides, the thing had come so suddenly upon him, there could have been no time for him to frame a lie, even if he had been in a mental condition to do so. Whoever killed Margaret Carne, Ronald Mervyn was at once convinced that it was not George Forester. There he lay, thinking for hours over the disappointment that the news would be to Mary Armstrong, and how it seemed more unlikely than ever that the mystery would ever be cleared up now. Gradually his thoughts became more vague, until at last he fell asleep. Upon the following day the wounded were sent down under an escort to King Williamstown, and there for a month Ronald Mervyn lay in hospital. He had written a few lines to Mary Armstrong, saying that he had been wounded, but not dangerously, and that she need not be anxious about him any more, for the Kaffirs were now almost driven from their last stronghold, and that the fighting would almost certainly be over before he was fit to mount his horse again. "George Forester is dead," he said. "He was mortally wounded when fighting bravely against the Kaffirs. I fear, dear, that your ideas about him were mistaken, and that he, like myself, has been the victim of circumstantial evidence. But I will tell you more about this when I write to you next." While lying there, Ronald thought over the evidence that had been collected against George Forester, and debated with himself whether it should be published, as Mary had proposed. It would, doubtless, be accepted by the world as proof of Forester's guilt and of his own innocence, and even the fact that the man, when dying, had denied it, would weigh for very little with the public, for men proved indisputably to be guilty often go to the scaffold asserting their innocence to the last. But would it be right to throw this crime upon the dead man when he was sure that he was innocent? For Ronald did not doubt for a moment the truth of his denial. Had he a right, even for the sake of Mary's happiness and his own, to charge the memory of the dead man with the burden of this foul crime? Ronald felt that it could not be. The temptation was strong, but he fought long against it, and at last his mind was made up. "No," he said at last, "I will not do it. George Forester was no doubt a bad man, but he was not so bad as this. It would be worse to charge his memory with it than to accuse him if he were alive. In the one case he might clear himself, in the other he cannot. I cannot clear my name by fouling that of a dead man." And so Ronald at last sat down to write a long letter to Mary Armstrong, telling her the whole circumstances, the joy with which he received her news, his conversation with George Forester, which seemed wholly to confirm her views, the pang of agony he felt when he saw the man who he believed could alone clear him in the hands of the Kaffirs, and the desperate charge to rescue him, and then he gave the words of the confession, and expressed his absolute conviction that the dying man had spoken the truth, and that he was really innocent of Margaret Carne's murder. He then discussed the question of still publishing Ruth Powlett's statement, giving first the cause of George Forester's enmity against Margaret Carne, and the threat he had uttered, and then the discovery of the knife. I fear you will be ashamed of me, Mary, when I tell you that for a time I almost yielded to the temptation of clearing myself at his expense. But you must make allowance for the strength of the temptation. On the one side was the thought of my honour restored, and of you won. On the other, the thought that, now George Forester was dead, this could not harm him. But of course I finally put the temptation aside. Honour purchased at the expense of a dead man's reputation would be dishonour indeed. Now I can face disgrace because I know I am innocent. I could not bear honour when I thought that I had done a dishonourable action. And I know that I should utterly forfeit your love and esteem did I do so. I can look you straight in the face now. I could never look you straight in the face then. Do not grieve too much over the disappointment. We are now only as we were when I said good-bye to you. I had no hope then that you would ever succeed in clearing me, and I have no hope now. I have not got up my strength again yet, and am therefore perhaps just at present a little more disposed to repine over the disappointment than I ought to do. But this will wear off when I get in the saddle again. There will, I think, be no more fighting, at any rate with the Sandilli Kaffirs, for we hear this morning that they have sent in to beg for peace, and I am certain we shall be glad enough to grant it, for we have not much to boast about in the campaign. Of course they will have to pay a very heavy fine in cattle, and will have to move across to the other side of the Kye. Equally, of course, there will be trouble again with them after a time, when the memory of their losses has somewhat abated. I fancy a portion of our force will march against the Basutos, whose attitude has lately been very hostile, but now that the Gaikas have given in, and we are free to use our whole force against them, it is scarcely probable they will venture to try conclusions with us. If they settle down peaceably, I shall probably apply for my discharge, and perhaps go in for farming, to carry out my first idea of joining a party of traders going up the country and getting some shooting among the big game. I know that, disappointed as you will be with the news contained in this letter, it will be a pleasure to you to tell the girl you have made your friend that after all the man she once loved is innocent of this terrible crime. She must have suffered horribly while she was hiding what she thought was the most important part of the evidence. Now she will see that she has really done no harm, and as you seem to be really fond of her, it will, I am sure, be a great pleasure to you to be able to restore her peace of mind in both these respects. I should think now that you and your father will not remain any longer at Carnesford, where neither of you has any fitting society of any sort, but will go and settle somewhere in your proper position. I would much rather that you did, for now it seems absolutely certain that nothing further is to be learned. It would trouble me to think of you wasting your lives at Carnesford. You said in your last letter that the discovery you had made had brought you 4 years nearer to happiness, but I have never said a word to admit that I should change my mind at the end of the 5 years that your father spoke of. Still I don't know, Mary. I think my position is stronger by a great deal than it was 6 months ago. I told my captain who I was, and all the other officers know now. Most of them came up and spoke very kindly to me before I started on my way down here, and I am sure that when I leave the corps they will give me a testimonial, saying that they are convinced by my behaviour while in the corps that I could not have been guilty of this crime. I own that I myself am less sensitive on the subject than I was. One has no time to be morbid while leading such a life as I have been for the last 9 months. Perhaps, but I will not say any more now. But I think somehow that, at the end of 5 years, I shall leave the decision in your hands. It has taken me 2 or 3 days to write this letter, for I am not strong enough to stick with it for more than half an hour at a time. But as the post goes out this afternoon, I must close it now. We have been expecting a mail from England for some days. It is considerably overdue, and I need not say how I am longing for another letter from you. I hear the regiment will be back from the front tonight. Men and horses want a few days' rest before starting on this long march to Basutoland. I shall be very glad to see them back again. Of course, the invalids who, like myself, are somewhat pulled down by their wounds, are disgusted at being kept here. The weather is frightfully hot, and even in our shirt sleeves we shall be hardly able to enjoy Christmas Day." The Cape Rifles arrived at King Williamstown an hour after the post had left, and in the evening the colonel and several of the officers paid a visit to the hospital to see how their wounded were getting on. Ronald, who was sitting reading by his bedside, and the other invalids, who were strong enough to be on their feet, at once got up and stood to attention. Stopping and speaking a few words to each of the men of his own corps, the colonel came on. "Mervyn," he said, as he and the officers came up to Ronald, "I want to shake your hand. I have heard your story from Captain Twentyman, and I wish to tell you, in my own name, and in that of the other officers of the regiment, that we are sure you have been the victim of some horrible mistake. All of us are absolutely convinced that a man who has shown such extreme gallantry as you have, and whose conduct has been so excellent from the day he joined, is wholly incapable of such a crime as that with which you were charged. You were, of course, acquitted, but at the same time I think that it cannot but be a satisfaction for you to know that you have won the esteem of your officers and your comrades, and that in their eyes you are free from the slightest taint of that black business. Give me your hand." Ronald was unable to speak. The colonel and all the officers shook him by the hand, and the former said, "I must have another long talk with you when we get back from the Basuto business. I have mentioned you very strongly in regimental orders upon 2 occasions for extreme gallantry, and I cannot but think that it will do you some good in the eyes of the public were a letter signed by me to appear in the English papers, saying that the Sergeant Blunt of my regiment, who has so signally distinguished himself, is really Captain Mervyn, who in my opinion and that of my officers is a cruelly injured man. But we can talk over that when I see you again." After the officer left the room, Ronald Mervyn sat for some time with his face buried in his hands. The colonel's words had greatly moved him. Surely such a letter as that which Colonel Somerset had proposed to write would do much to clear him. He should never think of taking his own name again, or re-entering any society in which he would be likely to be recognized. But with such a testimonial as that in his favour, he might hope in some quiet place to live down the past, and should he again be recognized, could still hold up his head with such an honourable record as this to produce in his favour. Then his thoughts went back to England. What would Mary and her father say when they read such a letter in the paper? It would be no proof of his innocence, yet he felt sure that Mary would insist upon regarding it as such, and would hold that he had no right to keep her waiting for another 4 years. Indeed, he acknowledged to himself that if she did so, he would have no right to refuse any longer to permit her to be mistress of her own fate. End of Chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Curse of Carne's Hold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Curse of Carne's Hold by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 19. The Fire at Carne's Hold. Things went on quietly with Mr. Armstrong and his daughter after the latter had dispatched her letter, saying that Ruth Powlett was ready to confess the truth respecting George Forester. The excitement of following up the clue was over, and there was nothing to do until they heard from Ronald as to how he wished them to proceed. So one morning Mr. Armstrong came down and told Mary to pack up at once and start with him at 12 o'clock for London. "We're getting like 2 owls and must wake ourselves up a bit." Mary ran down to the mill to say good-bye to Ruth and tell her that she and her father had to go to London for a short time. They were ready by the time named, for there was little packing to do, and at 12 o'clock the trap from the Carne's Arms came up to the door and took them to the station. A month was spent in London, sightseeing. By the end of that time both had had enough of theatres and exhibitions and returned to Carnesford. "Well, what is the news, neighbours?" Mr. Armstrong asked as he entered the snuggery on the evening of his return. "There's not much news here," Jacob Carey said. "There never is much news to speak of in Carnesford. but they say things are not going on well up at the Hold." "In what way, Mr. Carey?" "Well, for some time there's been a talk that the Squire was getting strange in his ways. He was never bright and cheerful like Miss Margaret, but always seemed to be a-thinking, and as often as not, when he rode through here, would take no more notice of you when he passed than if you hadn't been there. He was always wonderful fond of books, they say, and when a man takes to books, I don't think he's much good for anything else. But ever since Miss Margaret's death, he's been queerer than before, and they said he had a way of walking about the house all hours of the night. So it went on until just lately. Now it seems he's worse than ever. They can hear him talking to himself, and laughing in a way as would make you creep. Folks say as the curse of the Carnes has fallen on him bad, and that he is as mad as his grandfather was. The women have all left except the old cook, who has got a girl to stay with her. They lock the door at night, and they've got the men from the stable to sleep in the house unknown to the master. One day last week, when Mr. Carne was out for the day, old Hester came down and saw the parson, and he sent for Dr. Arrowsmith, and they had a quiet talk over it. You see, it is a mighty awkward thing to meddle with. Mr. Carne has got no relations, so far as is known, except Mrs. Mervyn's daughters, who are away living, I hear, at Hastings, and Captain Mervyn, who is God knows where. Of course, he is the heir, if the Squire doesn't marry and have children, and if he were here, it would be his business to interfere and have the Squire looked after or shut up, if needs be. But there don't seem anyone to take the matter up now. The doctor told Hester that he could do nothing without being called in and seeing for himself that Mr. Carne was out of his mind. The parson said the only thing she could do was to go to Mr. Vokes, the magistrate, and tell him she thought there was danger of murder if something wasn't done. Hester has got plenty of courage, and said she didn't think there was any danger to her, 'cause the Squire had known her from the time he had known anything. "I don't know," Mr. Armstrong said. "Mad people are often more dangerous to those they care for than to strangers. Really, this is very serious, for from what you have told me, the madness of the Carnes is always of a dangerous kind. One thing is quite evident. Captain Mervyn ought to come back at once. There have been tragedies enough at Carne's Hold without another." "Aye, and there will be," put in Reuben Claphurst, "as long as Carne's Hold stands. The curse of the Spanish woman rests upon it." "What you say is right enough, Mr. Armstrong," Hiram Powlett agreed. "No doubt the Miss Mervyns know where their brother is and could let him know. But would he come back again? I've always said as how we should never see Captain Mervyn back again in these parts until the matter of Miss Carne's death was cleared up." Mr. Armstrong sat looking at the fire. "He must be got back," he said. "If what you say is true, and Mr. Carne's going off his head, he must be got back." Hiram Powlett shook his head. "He must come back," Mr. Armstrong repeated. "It's his duty, pleasant or unpleasant. It may be that he is on his way home now, but if not, it would hasten him. You look surprised, and no wonder. But I may now tell you what I haven't thought it necessary to mention to you before. Mind, you must promise to keep it to yourselves. I met Captain Mervyn out at the Cape, and made his acquaintance there. He was passing under another name, but we got to be friends, and he told me his story. I've written to him once or twice since, and I will write to him now, and tell him that if he hasn't already started for home, it's his duty to do so. I suppose it was partly his talking to me about this place that made me come here to see it at first, and then I took to it." The surprise of the others at finding that Mr. Armstrong knew Ronald was very great. "I wonder you didn't mention it before," Jacob Carey said, giving voice to the common feeling. "We've talked about him so often, and you never said a word to let us know you had met him." "No, I never should have said a word but for this. You'll understand that Captain Mervyn wouldn't want where he was living made a matter of talk, and though when he told me the story he did not know I was coming to Carnesford, and so didn't ask me not to mention it, I consider I was bound to him to say nothing about it. But now that I know he is urgently required here, I don't see there's occasion any longer to make a secret of the fact that he is out in South Africa." Yes, I understand, Mr. Armstrong, Hiram Powlett agreed. Naturally, when he told you about himself, he did not ask it to be kept a secret, because he did not know you would meet anyone that knowed him. But when you did meet such, you thought that it was right to say nothing about it. And I agree with you. But of course this matter of the squire going queer in his mind makes all the difference, and I think, as you says, Captain Mervyn ought to be fetched home. When he has seen the squire is properly taken care of, he can go away where he likes. That is so, Jacob Carey agreed. Mervyn ought to know what he's doing here, and if you can write and tell him that he's wanted, you'll be doing a good turn for the squire as well as for him. And how was the captain looking, Mr. Armstrong? He was looking very well when I first knew him, Mr. Armstrong replied. But when I saw him last, he had got hurt in a brush with the natives. But it was nothing serious, and he was getting over it. The same set as attacked your farm, Mr. Armstrong, as you was telling us about? I don't suppose it was the same party, because there were thousands of them scattered all over the colony, burning and plundering. Captain Mervyn had a narrow escape from them, and was lucky in getting out of it as well as he did. They said he was a good fighter, Jacob Carey put in. The paper said as he had done some hard fighting with them Afghans, and got praised by his general. Yes, he's a fine fellow, Mr. Armstrong said, and, I should say, as brave as a lion. No signs of the curse working in him? Hiram Powlett asked, touching his forehead. They made a lot of it at the trial about his being related to the Khans, and about his being low in spirits sometimes. But I have seen him scores of times ride through the village when he was a young chap, and he always looked merry and good-tempered. No, Mr. Armstrong said, emphatically. Ronald Mervyn's brain is as healthy and clear as that of any man in England. I am quite sure there is not the slightest touch of the family malady in him. Maybe not, Reuben Claphurst said. The curse is on the Hold, and he has nothing to do with the Hold yet. If anything happens to the squire, and he comes to be its master, you'll see it begin to work, if not in him, in his children. God forbid, Mr. Armstrong said, so earnestly that his hearers were almost startled. I don't much believe in curses, Mr. Claphurst, though of course I believe in insanity being in some instances hereditary. But at the same time, if I were Ronald Mervyn and I inherited Carne's Hold, I would pull the place down stone by stone, and not leave a vestige of it standing. Why, to live in a house like that, in which so many tragedies have taken place, is enough in itself to turn a sane man into madness. That's just how I should feel, Hiram Powlett said. Now, a stranger who looked at the Hold would say what a pleasant, open-looking house it was. But when you took him inside and told him what had happened there, it would be enough to give him the creeps. I believe it was being up there that was the beginning of my daughter's changing so. I never made a worse job of a thing than I did when I got her up there as Miss Carne's maid, and yet it was all for her good. And now, neighbours, it's my time to be off. It's 9:15, and that is 5 minutes later than usual. Mr. Armstrong and Mary sat talking until nearly 11 about what he had heard about Mr. Carne. She had not been gone upstairs a minute when she ran down again from her bedroom, which was at the back of the house. Father, there's a light in the sky up at the top of the hill, just where Carne's Hold lies. I went to the window to draw down the blinds, and it caught my eye at once. Mr. Armstrong ran out into the road. As Mary had said, there was a glare of light over the trees on the hill, rising and falling. Sure enough, it's a fire at the Hold, he said, as he ran in and caught up his hat. Then he hurried down the village, knocking at each door and shouting, "There's a fire at the Hold!" Just as he reached the other end, a man on horseback dashed down the hill, shouting, "Fire!" It was one of the grooms at the Hold. "Is it at the house?" Mr. Armstrong asked as he drew up for a moment at the inn. "Yes, it's bursting out from the lower windows. It has got a big hold. I'm going to the station to telegraph to Plymouth and Exeter for engines." "How about those in the house?" Mr. Armstrong asked. "Some of them got out by the back way, and we got some of them out by ladders. The others are seeing to that. They sent me off at once." A minute or two later, men came clattering down the quiet street at a run, and some of them overtook Mr. Armstrong as he hurried up the hill. "Is that you, Mr. Armstrong?" a voice asked behind him. "Yes, it's me, Carey." "I thought it was," the smith said. "I caught sight of your figure against the light up there in front. I couldn't help thinking, when you shouted at my door that there was a fire at The Hold, what we were talking about this evening, and your saying that if the place was yours, you'd pull it down stone by stone. But perhaps we may save it yet. We shall have a couple of score of men there in a few minutes." "I fancy there's not much chance of that, Carey. I spoke to the groom as he rode through, and he tells me that the fire, when he came away, was bursting from several of the lower windows, so it has got a good hold, and they're not likely to have much water handy." "No, that's true enough. There's a big well 100 feet deep in the stable yard, and a force pump, which takes 2 men to work. It supplied the house as well as the stables. That's the only water there will be, and that won't be much good," he added, as, on emerging from the wood, they suddenly caught sight of the house. From the whole of the lower windows in front the flames were bursting out. "It's travelled fast," the smith said. "The dining room and drawing room and library are all on fire." "Yes, that's curious too," Mr. Armstrong remarked. "One would have thought it would have mounted up to the next floor long before it travelled so far along on a level. Ah, it's going up to the floor above now." As he spoke, a spout of light flame suddenly appeared through the window over the front door. "That's the staircase window, I suppose." 2 or 3 minutes running took them up onto the lawn. "I'll go and lend a hand at those pumps," Jacob Carey said. "It's not the slightest use," Mr. Armstrong replied. "You might as well try to blow out that fire with your breath as to put it out by throwing a few pails of water on it. Let us see that every one is out first. That's the main matter." They joined a group of men and women who were standing looking at the flames. There were the 2 women, the groom and gardener, and 4 or 5 men who had already come up from the village. The gardener was speaking. "It's no use to work at the pumps. There are only 4 or 5 pails. If it was only at one end, we might prevent it spreading, but it's got hold all over." "I can't make it out," the groom said. "One of the horses was sick, and I was down there giving him hot fomentations with my mate. I'd been there perhaps an hour when I saw a light coming out of the drawing-room window, and I ran up shouting. And then I saw there was a light in the dining-room and library too. Then I ran round to the back of the house, and the housekeeper's room there was a light too. I run in at the kitchen door and upstairs, and woke the gardeners and got them out. The place was so full of smoke, it was as much as we could do to get downstairs. Then we got a long ladder and put it against Mrs. Wilson's window, and got her and the girl down. Then we came round this side, and I got up and broke a pane in Mr. Carne's window and shouted. I could not make him hear, so I broke another pane and unfastened the window and lifted it and went in. I thought he must have been stifled in bed, for the smoke was as thick as possible, and I had to crawl to the bed. Well, master wasn't there. I felt about to see if he was on the floor, but I could find nothing of him. The door was open, and I expect he must have been woke up by the smoke, and went out to see what was the matter, and perhaps got choked by it. I know I was nearly choked myself by the time I got my head out the window again." "He may have got to the upper story," Jacob Carey said. "We'd best keep a lookout round the house, so as to be ready to put the ladder up at once if we see him. There's nothing else to do, is there, Mr. Armstrong? You are accustomed to all sorts of troubles, and may know best what we ought to do." "I can't think of anything," Mr. Armstrong replied. "No, if he's not in his own room, it seems hopeless to search for him. You see, the flames have broken out from several windows of the first floor. My own idea is, from what you say as to the fire having spread into all the rooms on the ground floor when you discovered it, that the poor gentleman must have set fire to the house himself in 6 places, and as likely as not may have been suffocated almost at once." "I shouldn't wonder if that was it," the smith said. "It's not natural that the fire should have spread all over the lower part of the house in such a short time. You know what we were saying this evening. It's just a sort of trick for a madman to play." The smith was interrupted by a sudden exclamation from those standing round, followed by a shout of "There he is!" A dormer window on the roof of the oldest part of the house opened, and a figure stepped out onto a low parapet that ran round the house. "All right, sir, all right," Jacob Carey shouted out at the top of his voice. "We will have a ladder for you in no time." And he and a score of men ran to fetch the long ladder that was leaning against the side of the house. It was soon lowered, brought round, and placed against the parapet close to where Reginald Carne was standing. "Now then, sir," Jacob Carey shouted again, "it's all right. You can come down safe enough." But Mr. Carne paid no attention to the shout. He was pacing up and down along the parapet and was tossing his arms about in a strange manner. Suddenly he turned, seized the ladder and pushed it violently sideways along the parapet. Those below vainly tried to keep it steady. "Look out!" the smiths shouted. "Leave go and clear out, or you'll have it down on you." The men holding the ladder dashed away from the foot, and the ladder fell with a crash upon the ground, while a peal of wild laughter broke out from above. "The squire has gone clean mad," Jacob Carey said to Mr. Armstrong as he joined him. "Either the fire has driven him mad, or, what is more likely, he went mad first and then lit the fire. However, we must save him if we can." "Look there, Carey. If we lift the ladder and put it up between that chimney and the window next to it, he can't slide it either one way or another, as he did before, and he certainly could not throw it backwards if we plant the foot well away from the house." "That's right enough," the smith agreed, "but if he won't come down, he won't." "We must go up and make him, Carey. If you and I and a couple of strong men go up together, we ought to be able to master him. Of course, we must take up rope with us and bind him and then lower him down the ladder." "We might do that," the smith said, "but supposing the ladder catches fire?" "The fire won't touch it at that point, Carey. You see, it will go up just between the rows of windows." "So it will. Anyhow, we might take up a long rope, if they have got one, so as to lower ourselves down if the ladder does catch fire." He spoke to one of the grooms. "Have you got plenty of rope?" "Plenty," the man said. "I'll fetch you a couple of long coils from the stables. Here, one of you, come along with me." "Now we will get the ladder up," Mr. Armstrong said. With the aid of a dozen men, for the whole village was now upon the spot, the ladder was again lifted, and dropped so that the upper end fell between a chimney and a dormer window. Reginald Carne again attempted to cast it down, but a number of men hung on to the lower part of the ladder, and he was unable to lift it far enough to get it out of the niche into which it had fallen. Then he turned round and shook his fist at the crowd. Something flashed in the light of the flames, and half a dozen voices exclaimed, "He's got a knife!" At this moment the clergyman and doctor arrived together on the scene. "What is to be done, doctor?" Jacob Carey asked. "I don't mind going up, with some others to back me, to have a tussle with him on the roof, but he would knife us one by one as we got up to the parapet, and though I don't think as I am a coward, I don't care about chucking away my life, which is of use to my wife and children, to save that of a madman whose life ain't of no use to hisself or anyone else." "No, I don't see why you should, Carey," the doctor said. "The best plan will be to keep away from the ladder for the present. Perhaps when he thinks you are not going to make the attempt, he will move away, and then we can get up there before he sees us. I will go first, because he knows me, and my influence may quiet him. But we'd better arm ourselves with sticks, so as to knock that knife out of his hand." Reginald Carne stood guarding the ladder for a few minutes. By this time the whole of the first floor was in a blaze, the flames rushing out with fury from every window. Seeing that he did not move, the doctor said at last, "Well, we must risk it. Give me a stick, Carey, and we'll make a try, anyhow." "You can't go now," Mr. Armstrong said suddenly. "Look, the ladder is alight." This was indeed the case. The flames had not absolutely touched it, but the heat was so great that it had been slowly charring, and a light flame had now suddenly appeared, and in a moment 10 or 12 feet of the ladder were on fire. "It's of no use," the doctor said, dropping the stick that Jacob Carey had just cut for him in the shrubbery. "We can do nothing for him now." There was scarcely a word spoken among the little crowd of spectators on the lawn. Every moment was adding to their number as Mr. Vokes, the magistrate, and several other gentlemen rode up on horseback, and men came up from all the farmhouses and cottages within a circle of a couple of miles. All sorts of suggestions were made, but only to be rejected. "It's one thing to save a man who wants to be saved," the doctor said, "but quite another thing to save one who is determined not to be saved." This was in answer to a proposal to fasten a stone onto a light line and throw it up onto the roof. The man is evidently as mad as a March hare. There could be no doubt of that. Reginald Carne, seeing that his assailants, as he considered them, could not get at him, was making gestures of triumph and derision at them. Now from the second-floor windows the flames began to spurt out, the glass clattering down onto the gravel below. "Oh, father, what a pitiful sight!" Mr. Armstrong turned. "What on earth brings you here, Mary? Run away, child. This is a dreadful business, and it will be haunting you." "I've seen more shocking things, father," she said quietly. "Why did you not bring me up with you at first? I ran upstairs to get my hat and shawl, and when I came back you were gone. Of course I came up at once, just as everyone else in the village has done, only I would not come and bother you when I thought you were going to do something. There's nothing to be done now but wait. This must surely be the end of the curse of Carne's Hold, father." "It ought to be, my dear. Yes, let us earnestly hope that it all terminates here, for your sake and everyone else's. Mervyn will be master of Carne's Hold now." "Not of Carne's Hold, thank God," the girl said with a shudder. "There will be nothing left of Carne's Hold tomorrow but a heap of ruins. The place will be destroyed before he becomes its master. It all ends together, the Hold and the direct line of the Carnes." "Let us turn and walk away, Mary. This is too dreadful." "I can't," and Mary shook her head. "I wish I could, father, but it has a sort of horrible fascination. Look at all these upturned faces. It is the same with them all. You can see that there is not one who would not go if he could." The doctor again went forward towards the house. "Carne, my dear fellow," he shouted, "jump off at the end of the house into the shrubs on the beds there. It's your only chance." Again the mocking laugh was heard above the roar of the fire. The flames were breaking out through the roof now in several places. "It will not be long before the roof falls through," Mr. Armstrong said. "Come away, Mary. I will not let you stay here any longer." Putting his arms round his daughter, he led her away. She had not gone 10 steps when there was a tremendous crash. She looked back. The roof was gone, and a volcano of flame and sparks was rising from the shell of the house. Against these the figure of the madman stood out black and clear. Then a sudden puff of wind whirled the flames round him. He staggered, made a half-step backwards, and fell, while a cry went up from the crowd. "It's all over, dear," Mr. Armstrong said, releasing his hold of his daughter, and then, with Jacob Carey and 3 or 4 other men, he ran forward to the house, lifted the body of Reginald Carne, and carried it beyond danger of a falling wall. Dr. Arrowsmith, the clergyman, and several of the neighbours at once hurried to the spot. "He's not dead," Jacob Carey said as they came up. "He groaned when we lifted him. He fell onto one of the little flower beds beneath the windows." "No, his heart is beating," the doctor said, as he knelt beside him and felt his pulse. "But I fear he must have sustained fatal injuries." He took out a flask that he had, thinking that a cordial might be required, slipped into his pocket just before starting for the scene of the fire, and poured a few drops of spirit between Reginald Carne's lips. There was a faint groan, and a minute later he opened his eyes. He looked round in a bewildered way, but when his eyes fell on the burning house, a look of satisfaction passed over his face. "I have done it," he said. "I have broken the curse of Carne's Hold." The doctor stood up for a moment and said to one of the grooms standing close by, "Get a stable door off its hinges and bring it here. We'll carry him into the gardener's cottage." As soon as Reginald Carne was taken away, Mr. Armstrong and his daughter returned to the village. A few of the villagers followed their example, but for most of them the fascination of watching the flames that were leaping far above the shell of the house was too great to be resisted, and it was not until the day dawned and the flames smouldered to a deep, quiet glow that the crowd began to disperse. "It has been a terrible scene," Mary said, as she walked with her father down the hill. "A terrible scene, child, and it would have been just as well if you had stayed at home and slept comfortably. If I had thought that you were going to be so foolish, I would not have gone myself." "You know very well, father, you could not have helped yourself. You could not have sat quietly in our cottage, with the flames dancing up above the tree-tops there, if you had tried ever so much. Well, somehow I am glad that The Hold is destroyed. But of course I am sorry for Mr. Carne's death, for I suppose he will die." "I don't think you need be sorry, Mary. Far better to die even like that than to live till old age within the walls of a madhouse." "Yes, but it was not the death, it was the horror of it." "There was no horror in his case, my dear. He felt nothing but a wild joy in the mischief he had done. I do not suppose that he had a shadow of fear of death. He exulted both in the destruction of his house and in our inability to get at him. I really do not think he is to be pitied, although it was a terrible sight to see him. No doubt he was carrying out a long-cherished idea. A thing of this sort does not develop all at once. He may for years have been brooding over this unhappy taint of insanity in his blood, and have persuaded himself that with the destruction of the house, what the people here foolishly call the curse of the Carnes would be at an end." "But surely you don't believe anything about the curse, father?" "Not much, Mary. The curse was not upon the house, but in the insanity that the Spanish ancestors of the Carnes introduced into the family. Still, I don't know, although you may think me weak-minded, that I can assert conscientiously that I do not believe there is anything in the curse itself. One has heard of such things, and certainly the history of the Carnes would almost seem to justify the belief. Ronald and his 2 sisters are, it seems, the last of those who have the Carnes blood in their veins, and his misfortunes and their unhappiness do not seem to have anything whatever to do with the question of insanity. At any rate, dear, I, like you, am glad that The Hold is destroyed. I must own I should not have liked the thought of your ever becoming its mistress, and indeed I have more than once thought that before I handed you over to Ronald, whenever that event might take place, I should insist on his making me a promise that should he survive his cousin and come into the Carnes estates, he would never take you to live there. Well, this will be a new incident for you to write to him about. You ought to feel thankful for that, for you would otherwise have found it very difficult to fill your letters till you hear from him what course he is going to adopt regarding this business of Ruth Powlett and Forrester." Mary smiled quietly to herself under cover of the darkness, for indeed she found by no means the difficulty her father supposed in filling her letters. "It's nearly 4 o'clock," she said, as she entered the house and struck a light. "It's hardly worth while going to bed, father." "All right, my dear, you can please yourself. Now it is all over, I acknowledge I feel both cold and sleepy, and you will see nothing more of me until between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning." "Oh, if you go to bed, of course I shall not stop up by myself," Mary said. "But I am convinced that I shall not close an eye." "And I am equally convinced, Mary, that in a little over half an hour you will be sound asleep." And in the morning Mary acknowledged that his anticipation had been verified. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of The Curse of Carne's Hold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Curse of Carne's Hold by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 20. Cleared at last. Reginald Carne was laid down on the table in the gardener's cottage. The doctor could now examine him, and whisper to the clergyman that both his legs were broken, and that he had no doubt whatever he had received terrible internal injuries. "I don't think he will live till morning." Presently there was a knock at the door. "Can I come in?" Mr. Volkes asked when the doctor opened it. "I have known the poor fellow from the time he was a child. Is he sensible?" "He is sensible in a way," the doctor said. "That is, I believe he knows perfectly well what we are saying, but he has several times laughed that strange cunning laugh that is most peculiar to the insane." "Well, at any rate, I will speak to him," said Mr. Volkes. "Do you know me, Reginald?" he went on in a clear voice as he came up to the side of the table. Reginald Carne nodded, and again a low mocking laugh came from his lips. "You thought you were very clever, Volkes, mighty clever, but I tricked you." "You tricked me, did you?" the magistrate said cheerfully. "How did you trick me?" "You thought, and they all thought, the dull-headed fools, that Ronald Mervyn killed Margaret. Ho, ho! I cheated you all nicely." A glance of surprise passed between his listeners. Mr. Volkes signed to the others not to speak, and then went on. "So he did, Reginald, so he did, though we couldn't prove it. You did not trick us there." "I did," Reginald Carne said angrily. "I killed her myself." An exclamation of horror broke from the three listeners. Mr. Volkes was the first to recover himself. "Nonsense, Reginald, you are dreaming." "I am not," he said vehemently. "I had thought it all out over and over again. I was always thinking of it. I wanted to put an end to this curse. It's been going on too long, and it troubled me. I had made up my mind to kill her long before, but I might not have done it when I did if I had not heard Ronald threatening her, and another man heard it too. This was a great opportunity, you see. It was as much as I could do to sit quietly at dinner with that naval fellow, and to know that it was all right. It was glorious, for it would be killing two birds with one stone. I wanted to get rid of Ronald as much as I did of her, so that the curse might come to an end. And now it was all so easy. I only had to drop the glove he had left behind him on the grass close below her window, and after that quarrel he would be suspected and hung. Nothing could have worked better for me. And then, too, I thought it would puzzle them to give them another scent to work on. There was another man had a grudge against Margaret. That was Forester, the poacher. I had picked up his knife in the wood just where he had killed my keeper, and afterwards I heard him telling his sweetheart, who was Margaret's maid, that he would kill Margaret for persuading her to give him up. So I dropped the knife by the side of the bed, and I thought that one or other of them would be sure to be hung. But somehow that didn't come right. I believe the girl hid the knife, only I didn't dare question her about it. But that didn't matter. The fellow would be hung one way or the other for killing my keeper. But the other was a glorious thing, and I chuckled over it. It was hard to look calm and grave when I was giving evidence against Ronald, and when all the fools were thinking that he did it, when it was me all the time. Didn't I do it cleverly, Volkes? I hid her things where the gardener was sure to find them the first time he dug up the bed. They let Ronald off, but he will not come back again, and I don't suppose he will ever marry. So there is an end of the curse as far as he's concerned. Then I waited a bit, but the devil was always at my elbow, telling me to finish the good work, and last night I did it. I put the candle to the curtains in all the rooms downstairs, and stood and watched them blaze up until it got too hot to stay any longer. It was a grand sight, and I could hear the Spanish woman laughing and shouting. She has had her way with us for a long time, but now it's all over. The curse of Carne's is played out. There, didn't I treat you nicely, Volkes, you and all the others? You never suspected me, not one of you. I used to keep grave all day, but at night when I was in my room alone, I laughed for hours to think of all the dogs on the wrong scent. His three listeners looked at each other silently. It was a grand thing to put an end to the curse, Reginald Carne rambled on. It was no pain to her, and if she had lived the trouble would have come upon her children. You know that you are hurt beyond chance of recovery, Carne, the magistrate said gravely. It is a terrible story that you have told us. I think that you ought to put it down on paper, so that other people may know how it was done, because, you see, at present an innocent man is suspected." "What do I care? That is nothing to me one way or the other. I am glad I have succeeded in frightening Ronald Mervyn away, and I hope he will never come back. You don't suppose I am going to help to bring him home?" Mr. Volkes saw that he had made a mistake. "Yes, I quite understand you don't want him back," he said, soothingly. "I thought perhaps that you would like people to know how you had sacrificed yourself to put an end to the curse, and how cleverly you had managed to deceive everyone. People would never believe us if we were to tell them. They would say either that you did not know what you were talking about, or that it was empty boasting on your part." "They may think what they like," he said sullenly. "It is nothing to me what they think." There was a change in the tone of his voice that caused the doctor to put his hand on his wrist again. "Let me give you a few drops more of brandy, Carne." "No, I will not," said the dying man. "I suppose you want to keep me alive to get some more out of me, but you won't. I won't speak again." The others held a whispered conversation in the corner. "He is going fast," the doctor said. "It is a marvel that his voice is as strong as it is. He certainly won't live until morning. It is likely he may die within an hour." "I will ask him another question or two," Mr. Volkes said. "If we could but get something to corroborate his story, it would be invaluable." But Reginald Carne spoke no more. He heard what was said to him, for he laughed the same malicious laugh that had thrilled the crowd as he stood on the parapet. But it was low and feeble now. In hopes that he might yet change his mind, Mr. Volkes and the clergyman remained with Dr. Arrowsmith for another hour. At the end of that time, Reginald Carne startled them by speaking again clearly and distinctly. "I tell you it's all over, you witch. You have done us harm enough, but I have beaten you. It was you against me, and I have won. There is nothing more for you to do here, and you can go to your place. Carne's hold is down, and the curse is broken." As he ceased speaking, the doctor moved quietly up to the side of the stretcher, put his finger on his wrist, and stood there for a minute. Then he bent down and listened. "He is gone," he said. "The poor fellow is dead." The three gentlemen went outside the cottage. Some of the people were standing near, waiting for news of Reginald Carne's state. "Mr. Carne has just died," the doctor said as he went up to them. "Will one of you find Mrs. Wilson, and tell her to bring another woman with her and see to him? In the morning I will make arrangements to have him taken down to the village." "What do you think we had better do about this, Dr. Arrowsmith?" Mr. Volkes asked as he rejoined them. "Do you believe this story?" "Unquestionably I do," the doctor replied. "I believe every word of it." "But the man was mad, doctor." "Yes, he was mad, and has been so for a long time in my opinion, but that makes no difference whatever in my confidence that he was speaking truly. Confessions of this kind from a madman are generally true. Their cunning is prodigious, and as long as they wish to conceal a fact, it is next to impossible to get it from them. But when, as in the present case, they are proud of their cleverness, and of the success with which they have fooled other people, they will tell everything. You see, their ideas of right and wrong are entirely upset. The real lunatic is unconscious of having committed a crime, and is inclined even to glory in it." "I wish we could have got him to sign," the magistrate said. "I am sure he could not have held the pen," Dr. Arrowsmith replied. "I will certify to that effect. And as we three all heard the confession, I think that if you draw it out and we sign it as witnesses, it will have just as good an effect as if he had written it himself." "There was one part, doctor, that surprised me even more than the rest. That was the part relating to the man Forester. I don't believe a soul suspected him of being in any way connected with the crime. At least we heard nothing of a knife being found, nor, of course, of the quarrel between Forester and the girl. Ruth Powlett, was it not?" "No, that is all new to us," the doctor said. "I think the best way would be to see her in the morning. She may not like to confess that she concealed the knife, if she did so. Of course, if she does, it will be an invaluable confirmation of his story, and will show conclusively that his confession was not a mere delusion of a madman's brain." "Yes, indeed," the doctor agreed. "That would clench the matter altogether, and I am almost certain that you will find that what he has said is true. The girl was in my hands a short time before Miss Carne's death. They said she had had a fall, but to my mind it seemed more like a severe mental shock. Then, after Miss Carne's death, she was very ill again, and there was something about her that puzzled me a good deal. For instance, she insisted upon remaining in court until a verdict was given, and that at a time when she was so ill she could scarcely stand. She was so obstinate over the matter that it completely puzzled me. But if what Carne said was true, and she had the knowledge of something that would have gone very far to prove Ronald Mervyn's innocence, the matter is explained. The only difficulty before us is to get her to speak, because, of course, she cannot do so without laying herself open to a charge. I don't mean a criminal charge, but a moral one, of having suppressed evidence in a manner that concerned a man's life. I think the best plan will be for us to meet at your house, Mr. Vokes, at 11 o'clock tomorrow. I will go into the village before that, and will bring Ruth Powlett up in my gig, and if you will allow me, I will do the talking to her. I have had her a good deal in my hands for the last year, and I think she has confidence in me, and will perhaps answer me more freely than she would you as a magistrate." "Very likely she would, doctor. Let the arrangement stand as you propose." The next morning, at 10:30, Dr. Arrowsmith drove up in his gig to the mill. Ruth came to the door. "Ruth," he said, "I want you to put on your bonnet and shawl, and let me drive you a short distance. I have something particular that I want to talk to you about, and I want to have you to myself for a bit." A good deal surprised, Ruth went into the house and reappeared in 2 or 3 minutes, warmly wrapped up. "That's right," the doctor said. "Jump in." Ruth Powlett was the first to speak. "I suppose it is true, sir, that poor Mr. Carne is dead?" "Yes, he died at 2 o'clock. Ruth, I have a curious thing to tell you about him, but I will wait until we get through the village. I have no doubt that it will surprise you as much as it surprised me." Ruth said nothing until they had crossed the bridge over the Dare. "What is it?" she asked at last. "Well, Ruth, at present it is only known to Mr. Vickery, Mr. Vokes, and myself. And whatever happens, I want you to say nothing about it until I give you leave. Now, Ruth, I have some sort of idea that what I am going to tell you will relieve your mind of a burden." Ruth turned pale. "Relieve my mind, sir?" she repeated. "Yes, Ruth. I may be wrong, and if I am, I can only say beforehand that I am sorry, but I have an idea that you suspect, and have for a long time suspected, that George Forester murdered Miss Carne." Ruth did not speak, but looking down, the doctor saw by the pallor of her cheeks and the expression of her face that his supposition was correct. "I think, Ruth, that has been your idea. If so, I can relieve your mind. Mr. Carne, before his death, confessed that he murdered his sister." Ruth gave a start and a cry. She reeled in her seat and would have fallen had not the doctor thrown his arm round her. "Steady, my child, steady," he said. "This is a surprise to you, I have no doubt, and, whatever it is to others, probably a joyful one." Ruth broke into a violent fit of sobbing. The doctor did not attempt to check her, but when she gradually recovered, he said, "That is strange news, is it not, Ruth?" "But did he mean it, sir?" she asked. "Did he know what he was saying when he said so?" "He knew perfectly well, Ruth. He told us a long story, but I will not tell you what it is now. We shall be at Mr. Vokes's in a minute, and we shall find Mr. Vickery there, and I want you to tell us what you know about it before you hear what Mr. Carne's story was. I do hope that you will tell us everything you know. Only in that way can we clear Captain Mervyn." "I will tell you everything I know, sir," Ruth said quietly. "I told Miss Armstrong 5 weeks ago, and was only waiting till she heard from some one she had written to before telling it to everyone." The gig now drew up at the door of the magistrate's house, and Dr. Arrowsmith led Ruth into the sitting room, where Mr. Vokes and the clergyman were waiting for her. "Sit down here, Ruth," the doctor said, handing her a chair. "Now, gentlemen, I may first tell you that I have told Miss Powlett that Mr. Carne has confessed that he killed his sister. I have not told her a single word more. It was, of course, of the highest importance that she should not know the nature of his story before telling you her own. She has expressed her willingness to tell you all she knows. Now, Miss Powlett, will you please begin in your own way?" Quietly and steadily Ruth Powlett told her story, beginning with the conversation that she had had with Margaret Carne relative to her breaking off the engagement. She described her interview with George Forester, his threats against Miss Carne, and his attack on herself, and then told how she had found his knife by the bedside on the morning of the murder. She said she knew now that she had done very wrong to conceal it, but that she had done it for the sake of George Forester's father. Lastly, she told how she had gone to the trial taking the knife with her, firmly resolved that in case a verdict of guilty should be returned against Captain Mervyn, she would come forward, produce the knife, and tell all that she knew. Her three hearers exchanged many looks of satisfaction as she went on. When she had finished, Mr. Volkes said, "We are very much obliged to you for your story, Miss Powlett. Happily it agrees precisely with that told us by Mr. Carne. It seems that he was in the wood and overheard your quarrel with Forester, and the threats against Miss Carne suggested to him the idea of throwing the blame upon Forester, and to do this he placed the knife that he had found on the scene of the poaching affray a short time before, in his sister's room. After this confirmation given by your story, there can be no doubt at all that Mr. Carne's confession was genuine, and that it will completely clear Captain Mervyn of the suspicion of having caused his cousin's death. We shall be obliged, I am afraid, to make your story public also, in order to confirm his statement. This will naturally cause you pain and some unpleasantness, and I hope you will accept that as the inevitable consequence of the course, which you yourself see has been a very mistaken one, you pursued in this affair." "I am prepared for that, sir," Ruth said quietly. "I had already told Miss Armstrong about it, and was ready to come here to tell you the story, even when I thought that by so doing I should have to denounce George Forester as a murderer. I am so rejoiced that he is now proved to be innocent, I can very well bear what may be said about me." "But why not have come and told me at once when you made up your mind to do so?" Mr. Volkes asked. "Why delay it?" "I was waiting, sir. I was waiting, but—" and she paused. "That secret is not my own. But I think, sir, that if you will go to Mr. Armstrong, he will be able to tell you something you will be glad to know." "Who is Mr. Armstrong?" Mr. Volkes asked in some surprise. "He is a gentleman who has been living in the village for the last 4 or 5 months, sir. I do not think there can be any harm in my telling you that he knows where Captain Mervyn is to be found." "That is the very information we want at present. We must get Ronald Mervyn back among us as soon as we can. He has indeed been very hardly treated in the matter. I think, Miss Powlett, we will get you to put your story into the form of a sworn information. We may as well draw it up at once, and that will save you the trouble of coming up here again." This was accordingly done, and Ruth Powlett walked back to the village, leaving Mr. Volkes and the 2 other gentlemen to draw up a formal report of the confession made by Reginald Carne. Ruth Powlett went straight to the cottage occupied by the Armstrongs. "What is your news, Ruth?" Mary said, as she entered. "I can see by your face that you have something important to tell us." "I have indeed," Ruth replied. "I have just been up to Mr. Volkes, the magistrate, and have told him all I knew." "What induced you to do that, Ruth?" Mary asked in surprise. "I thought you had quite settled to say nothing about it until we heard from Captain Mervyn." "They knew all about it before I told them, and only sent for me to confirm the story. Mr. Carne, before he died last night, made a full confession before Mr. Volkes, Dr. Arrowsmith, and Mr. Vickery. It was he who in his madness killed his sister, and who placed George Forester's knife by the bedside, and Captain Mervyn's glove on the grass, to throw suspicion on them. Captain Mervyn and George Forester are both innocent." The news was so sudden and unexpected that it was some time before Mary Armstrong could sufficiently recover herself to ask questions. The news that Ronald was proved to be innocent was not so startling as it would have been had she not previously believed that they were already in a position to clear him. But the knowledge that his innocence would now be publicly proclaimed in a day or two filled her with happiness. She was glad, too, for Ruth's sake, that George Forester had not committed this terrible crime, and yet there was a slight feeling of disappointment that she herself had had no hand in clearing her lover, and that this had come about in an entirely different way to what she had expected. Mr. Volkes and the clergyman called that afternoon and had a long talk with Mr. Armstrong, and the following day a thrill of excitement was caused throughout the country by the publication in the papers of the confession of Reginald Carne. Dr. Arrowsmith certified that, although Reginald Carne was unquestionably insane, and probably had been so for some years, he had no hesitation in saying that he was perfectly conscious at the time he made the confession, and that the statement might be believed as implicitly as if made by a wholly sane man. In addition to this certificate and the confession, the three gentlemen signed a joint declaration to the effect that the narrative was absolutely confirmed by other facts, especially by the statement made by Miss Powlett, without her being in any way aware of the confession of Reginald Carne. This, they pointed out, fully confirmed his story on all points, and could leave no shadow of doubt in the minds of anyone that Reginald Carne had, under the influence of madness, taken his sister's life, and had then, with the cunning so commonly present in insanity, thrown suspicion on two wholly innocent persons. The newspapers, commenting on the story, remarked strongly upon the cruel injustice that had been inflicted upon Captain Mervyn, and expressed the hope that he would soon return to take his place again in the county, uniting in his person the estate of the Mervyns and the Carnes. There were some expressions of strong reprobation at the concealment by Ruth Powlett of the knife she had found in Miss Carne's room. One of the papers, however, admitted that perhaps altogether it is fortunate now that the girl concealed them. Had the facts now been published and her statement been given, they would at once have convinced everyone that Captain Mervyn did not commit the crime with which he was charged, but at the same time they might have brought another innocent man to the scaffold. Upon the whole, then, although her conduct in concealing this important news is most reprehensible, it must be admitted that, in the interests of justice, it is fortunate she kept silent. The sensation caused in Carnesford by the publication of this news was tremendous. Fortunately, Ruth Powlett was not there to become the centre of talk, for she had that morning been carried off by Mr. Armstrong and Mary to stay with them for a while in London. The cottage was shut up, and upon the following day a cart arrived from Plymouth to carry off the furniture, which had been only hired by the month. The evening before leaving, Mr. Armstrong had intercepted Hiram Powlett on his way to the snuggery, and taking him up to the cottage, where Ruth was spending the evening with Mary, informed him on the way of the strange discovery that had been made, and Ruth's share in it. "I trust, Mr. Powlett," he said, "that you will not be angry with your daughter. She was placed in a terrible position, having the option of either denouncing as a murderer a man she had loved, or permitting another to lie under the imputation of guilt. And you must remember that she was prepared to come forward at the trial and tell the truth about the matter had Captain Mervyn been found guilty. No doubt she acted wrongly, but she has suffered terribly, and I think that as my daughter has forgiven her for allowing Captain Mervyn to suffer for her silence, you may also do so." Hiram Powlett had uttered many expressions of surprise and concern as he listened to the story. It seemed to him very terrible that his girl should have all the time been keeping a secret of such vital importance. He now said, in a tone of surprise: "I don't understand you, Mr. Armstrong, about your daughter. What has Miss Mary to do with forgiving? How has she been injured?" "I don't know that upon the whole she has been injured," Mr. Armstrong said. "At least I am sure she does not consider so. Still, I think she has something to forgive, for the fact is she is engaged to be married to Captain Mervyn, and would have been his wife a year ago, had he not been resolved never to marry so long as this cloud remained over him." Hiram Powlett was so greatly surprised at this news that his thoughts were at a moment diverted from Ruth's misdemeanours. Captain Mervyn, the owner of the Hall, and now of the Carne estate also, was a very great man in the eyes of the people of Carnesford, and the news that he was engaged to be married to the girl who was a friend of his daughter's, and who had several times taken tea at the mill, was almost bewildering to him. "I dare say you are surprised," Mr. Armstrong said quietly, "but you see we are not exactly what we appear. We came here somewhat under false colours, to try and find out about this murder, and in the hope we might discover some proofs of Captain Mervyn's innocence. Now we have been successful, we shall go up to London, and there await Captain Mervyn's return. I have been talking it over with my daughter, and if you and Mrs. Powlett offer no opposition, we propose to take Ruth away to stay with us for 2 or 3 months. It will be pleasant for all parties. Your girl and mine are fond of each other, and Ruth will be a nice companion for Mary. The change will do your daughter good. She has for a long time been suffering greatly, and fresh scenes and objects of interest will take her mind off the past. And lastly, by the time she returns here, the gossip and talk that will arise when all this is known will have died away." "It is very good of you to think of it, Mr. Armstrong," Hiram Powlett said, "and it will be a fine thing for Ruth. Of course she has been wrong, very wrong, but she must have suffered very much all these months. I told you I thought she had something on her mind, but I never thought it was like this. Well, well, I shan't say anything to her. I never was good at scolding her when she was a child, and I think she has been severely punished for this already." "I think so too," Mr. Armstrong agreed. "And now let us go in. I told her that I should speak to you this evening, and she must be waiting anxiously for you." When they entered, Ruth rose timidly. "Oh, father," she began. "There, don't say any more about it, Ruth," Hiram interrupted, taking her tenderly in his arms. "My poor girl, you have had a hard time of it. Why didn't you tell me at first?" "I could not, father," she sobbed. You know how you were set against him." "Well, that is so, Ruth, and I should have been still more set against him if I had known the rights of that fall of yours upon the hill. But there, we won't say anything more about it. You have been punished for your fault, child, and I hope that when you come back again to us from the jaunt that Mr. Armstrong is going to be good enough to take you, you will be just as you were before all this trouble came upon you." And so the next morning Mr. Armstrong, his daughter, and Ruth went up to London. 2 months later Mary received Ronald's letter, telling of George Forester's death, and of his own disappointment at finding his hopes of clearing himself dashed to the ground. Mary broke the news of Forester's death to Ruth. She received it quietly. "I am sorry," she said, "but he has been nothing to me for a long time now, and he could never have been anything to me again. I am sorry," she repeated, wiping her eyes, "that the boy I played with is gone, but for the man I think it is, perhaps, better so. He died fighting bravely, and as a soldier should. I fear he would never have made a good man had he lived." A month later Ronald himself returned. The war was virtually over when he received the letters from Mary Armstrong and Mr. Volkes, telling him that he was cleared at last, and he had no trouble in obtaining his discharge at once. He received the heartiest congratulations from his former officers, and a perfect ovation from the men, as he said good-bye to them. At Plymouth he received letters telling him where Mary and her father were staying in London, and on landing he at once proceeded to town by train, after telegraphing to his sisters to meet him there. A fortnight later a quiet wedding took place, Ronald's sisters and Ruth Powlett acting as bridesmaids, an honour that, when Ruth returned home immediately after the ceremony, effectually silenced the tongues of the village gossips. Ronald Mervyn and his wife went for a month's tour on the Continent, Mr. Armstrong joining them in Paris a few days after the marriage, while the Miss Mervyns went down to Devonshire to prepare the hall for the reception of its owner. Colonel Somerset had not forgotten his promise, and 2 or 3 days after Ronald's return, the letter stating how Captain Mervyn had distinguished himself during the Kaffir war under the name of Sergeant Blunt went the round of the papers. The skeleton walls of Carne's Hold were at once pulled down, the garden was rooted up, and the whole site planted with trees. And this was by Ronald's orders, carried out so expeditiously that when he returned with his bride all trace of the hold had vanished. Never in the memory of South Devonshire had there been such rejoicings as those that greeted Ronald Mervyn and his wife on their return home. The tenantry of his 2 estates, now joined, all assembled at the station, and scarce a man from Carnesford was absent. Triumphal arches had been erected, and the gentry from many miles round drove in to receive them, as an expression at once of their satisfaction that Ronald Mervyn had been cleared from the cloud that hung over him, and, to some extent, of their regret that they should ever for a moment have believed him guilty. Reuben Claphurst's prediction was verified. With the destruction of Carne's Hold, the curse of the Spanish lady ceased to work, and no trace of the family scourge has ever shown itself in the blood of the somewhat numerous family of Ronald Mervyn. The tragic story is now almost forgotten, and it is only among the inhabitants of the village at the foot of the hill that the story of the curse of Carne's Hold is sometimes related. End of chapter 20. End of The Curse of Carne's Hold by George Alfred Henty.